here. We're still alive. Tarot Illumination is still operational. Thank you. Hello, Robin. Good evening. I don't know who else is here, but good evening and welcome. I'm going to go over to the Queen of Abundance. Wait. Hello, Queen of Abundance. Let me go over here now. Good evening and welcome. This is Tarot Illumination. It is another episode of Sunday Night Live. Okay, this is it. Welcome. Of course, you've seen this before many times, I'm sure. Welcome. It is now Sunday Night Live. And this, of course, is the home of the world famous, yes, seriously, I'm not kidding. Yep, home of the world famous SuperChat mini readings. Mini readings. So if you've never done this before, it's pretty straightforward. You just have to have nerves of steel. Hello, Briesha. Hello, Journey Seeker. Hello, Queen of Abundance. Hello, Robin. I've already said hello. So we are here tonight. So if anybody's interested in a Super Chat mini reading, there's a button. And it's very close to where you type your chat. Okay? It's a little button. It's about this big. And it has a $sign in it. You click that button. If you want a reading, you put $10 in the slot and with your debit credit thingy, and you're good to go. So it is now, let's see, today is the 30th of August, 2020. So as I often do, I'm going to make a little, let's say, what do you call it? So first of all, let me finish the introduction. I just want to say hello. There we are. This is where we are tonight right now. Okay. Hello, Nikki. I see you. I'm going to make an astrodoodle for the evening just to sort of get everybody on the same page to see what kind of astrological weather patterns we're all having to live with right now. Hello, Felix. Felix is a newbie. Okay. Everybody be nice to Felix, okay? Be nice. I'm not sure if I've got enough energy to do any kind of random hazings tonight. There were times, Felix, when you would have been seriously hazed. But I think tonight's going to be kind of a gentle thing. First of all, let me do my Tarot Illumination Astrodoodle. There we go. And I'm just using a very simple westernized astrology pizza pie chart, okay? And don't ask me about all the asteroids and Ceres and Pallas and Lilith and all the fixed stars, because I'm not an expert on that stuff. I just stick to the basics. Hello, Moon in Cancer. I see you. So this is a Tarot Illumination Astrodoodle, of course. Won't see this anywhere else. And it is for the 30th of August, 2020, over here in the United States. So this is Earth. Okay? And we're just going to do the usual stuff. Just bear with me, chat amongst yourselves while I do all of this, okay? It won't take too long. I just like to do it to get it, it's just like a timestamp, Because this is sacred geometry. It's changing all the time, and this moment, this too shall pass, and it will never occur again. Okay? Aries on the horizon. Taurus. I'll come back and do the signs in a minute. Gemini. Cancer. This is a universal chart, so don't worry about it. It's not personal. And over here it's Virgo. Over here is Libra. 7th house of relationships. Over here it is Scorpio. Over here is Sagittarius. And over here is Capricorn. And this is, of course, where all the action is, as many of you know, because I've been talking about this for years. And it's still going to keep going for years. Okay? So I hope you're patient and you can bear with me for this extended time period, because I'm not going away. All right. Saturn, Pluto, Jupiter. Okay? And Jupiter. Over here, the moon is in Aquarius tonight, over here in America on the west coast. Neptune is over here in Pisces. We have dear old Mars in Aries, stirring up all sorts of trouble. Uranus is over here in Taurus, working very harmoniously with all the Capricorn energy. Thank you very much. The North Node is over here. Of course, as you know, in Gemini. We've got Venus in Cancer over here, facing extreme pressure from all the Capricorn energy. And we have dear Virgo Sun and dear Virgo Mercury over here. Okay? So let me just fill in the blanks. You've seen me do this many times before, but it's different every single time. I'll put in some of the nice stuff just for fun, you know, just to sort of let people know that, you know, things aren't so bad. Hello, Journey Seeker. Thank you very much. Hello, Queen Luna. Hello, BB. Hello. Yes, I am feeling much better. I had to take 4 days off, so I had to cancel 2 shows. I'm very sad about that. I'm sorry about that. Good evening, Path. So I'm going to put some of the sweet stuff up here, and then we'll get back on with the show itself. But I just want everyone to have kind of a reference point. We've got these beautiful trines going on here with all the Virgo Capricorn and the sextiles with all the Capricorn Pisces. Okay, that's very nice. Sextiles over here. Okay, Cancer to Virgo, very tight degrees. And trines over here with the Pisces to Cancer. So that is sweet. There's also a nice sort of that's enough, okay? I'll just leave it like that. So that's kind of a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful piece of sacred geometry. It's almost a perfect rectangle. Now, here comes the scary stuff. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, hold on to your hats, people. Of course, when you have something as gorgeous as this, it's not for free. We have a bit of this going on. Mercury opposite Neptune. So there's a lot of chaos in global finances, okay? The mechanics, the day-to-day global finances. And health. A lot of, you've got to reveal it to heal it, coming up in healthcare all across the world. A lot of people are starting to protest across the world about the insanity and the lunacy of this scamdemic caused by the China virus. Sorry, I don't mean to offend Chinese people. I'm talking about the Chinese Communist Party virus. So there's this. Look at these oppositions here. There's a lot of opposition between all this Capricorn and all this Cancer. A lot of opposition here tonight with Mercury and Pisces, okay? That's pretty rough going. And there's a beast of an opposition over here with Mars, okay? This is where the obvious trouble stands over here. There's a lot of violence all over America. It's just busting out everywhere. We predicted this many months ago when I saw Mars heading into Aries for 6 months. Hard squaring this back and forth, and Mars is going to go retrograde soon. There's going to be increasing trouble. There's going to be more and more protests, more and more violence sparked across the world. So you can add that into that. So we have a big old-fashioned T-square right over here tonight. Capricorn, Cancer, hard squared with Mars and Aries over here. So that's guaranteed trouble. So there we go. But are you going to take it personally? I don't know. It's up to you. If you've got very prominent Capricorn, Cancerian elements or Aries elements, yeah, take it personally. If you've got a very prominent Virgo, Pisces aspect, sure, take it personally. Otherwise, just look at this as just another day in heaven. Okay? There we go. I'm taking it very personally. I just want to let you know. So there we go. Hello, Lena. Deborah the model. Hello, Deborah the model. Wow. And hello, Moon in Cancer. Moon in Cancer had her first TL reading 2 years ago. You never forgot it. Okay. Okay. It looks like some super chat arrived. Hold on, I didn't see that. BB. Sorry, I had to scroll back through the chat. Give me a moment. BB. Oh, I better start setting up the magic post-it notes. Give me a moment here. We'll be going soon. First of all, everybody needs to know, I believe Lena is here tonight. Lena from Argentina. There is a song, I believe, coming out soon. A big, huge pop record hit song called Lena from Argentina. So Lena, guess what? It's Lena's birthday. Everybody cheer for Lena and her birthday. Lena from Argentina. You get a cupcake. Yep. You get a cupcake with a candle. Yep. Yep. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. So it's Lena's birthday, everybody. Lena's gonna get a freebie. There you go. Yay. Woo! Lena, you're gonna get a birthday reading. Yep, looks like that. And Sir Gregory he's got one going on the tab. Gregory already checked in private, of course, incognito. He is getting a reading at some time tonight. Let's wait till Gregory arrives. It might be an hour or two before he gets here. I'll just put these over here for now. And then we have to line up one for BB. Give me a second here. BB. Very kind. Thank you. Now, we can talk about messages in a moment, but right now I'm just starting to collect a few magic post-it notes. I've got room for another one in this column here. I can fit another one here. In the meantime, let's just see. Hold on, I got to put this up here. Otherwise, people might not understand. There's a bunch of newbies here tonight, so I got to make them. Your name goes here. Okay? Very simple. And that's how you get your own personal mini super chat reading live in front of hundreds of people. So I'll put that one over here. I don't know who's going to show up next. I'll leave this over here just to scare everybody. Okay. It's always good to have a little bit of fear. You don't want to get too relaxed, too comfortable. You know? Okay, I'm just going to say hello to everybody. Hope this works. Yes! It's working. Hello. It is Sunday evening over here on the Pacific West Coast, running on Pacific time. I'm actually broadcasting from a secret location in Las Vegas. Wink. Wink. Some of you are in the know. And audio problems? No. Robin, yes, you got it. We'll do a little micro reading for Robin over here. Robin's Realms readings. R. There you go. We'll put a smile on that. Okie dokie. Very straightforward. Classic, traditional Tarot Lumination Sunday Night Live mini readings. You get your post-it note, you get your reading, you go home, you have a good week, you come back next week, get another reading, maybe not, go from there. Felix is getting a mini reading. Okay, and Tina's back. Oh my God. Tina, Did you get hit by the big storm? Did you get hit by Storm Laura? I mean, it must have got pretty close. You must have had some kind of storms. How's everything over there in Texas? Felix E. Hold on, let me go back here. All right. So we've got Gregory, Lena, BB, Robin, and we've got, what was that? What was the other one? Give me a second. I'm just scrolling all over the place. Robin, yeah. Felix. Okay, Felix E. And Tina, okay? Felix E. Okay. A little baby micro reading. And Tina's coming in. Oh, what's that? Is that new pictures? Is that a new picture on your ID? I can see the 2 dogs there. I see 2 dogs. Tina Miller. Okay, you got it. Laura missed you totally. Really? Oh, man. Okay, well, I guess you were lucky because it's really destroyed some people's lives. There you go. Hurricanes. What can you do? So let's have a look. All right, it's shaping up pretty well. My goodness, what a crazy time we live in. Absolutely crazy. Felix, what messages do you have regarding my love life? Okay, so we'll actually put that on here. Just don't want to forget that. So I'm going to put a big question mark regarding matters of love. Okay. Okay, we'll find out. See what comes up. Anything can happen. I hope you're aware of that, Felix. Absolutely anything can happen on this show. Obviously, I stay, well, let's say I try. Excuse me. I try my best. I think I do my best. I think I actually do pretty well to stay inside the community guidelines. But every now and again, as you know, I have strayed, I have wandered, and that's why the channel is in the sort of YouTube jail. And they threw away the key. So we make do with what we have. Tina Mill's going to get a generator installed. Okay. Tina's going big time. Tina is now officially a prepper. The whole world can fall apart, but Tina's still going to be here. Yeah. Actually, someone else just got a big generator recently, right? Robin, you don't need a reading? Oh, okay. So, let's rearrange the stage. Give me a moment here. I'll move Felix over here. Thank you, Robin. I'll just accept that as a wonderful, kind donation. Thank you for keeping the show going. It really helps. Every penny counts over here, as you know. We operate on what they call a shoestring. Pretty Maika. Pretty Maika. Now. Alright, let's have a look. When did I last give you a reading? I know you've been here before. I recognize the name. I can't remember. I have goldfish memory, okay? I have a goldfish memory, so dear Pretty Maika, I know the screen name. I've seen it before. I know you've been here before, but I don't remember the reading. I don't remember if we did one. There's a super chat button if you really want to go for it. Yeah, I'm a little bit like James Dean. That's right. Thank you, Lena. A little bit James Dean, you know. Yeah. Okay. The rebel without a cause. Nikki! Messages from the guides. Uh-oh. You know what's going to happen, Nikki. They're going to be... That's already happening. The moment you flashed the big orange thing on the screen, that was really funny. I just saw that. Nikki, I said, insights and advice, like, it was like kicking down doors. Your guides are out there. You know what they're like. I know what they're like. And it was like a simultaneous thing. I was going to say And Nikki's buddies are going to be here. Nikki's guides, including the pranksters, are going to be here. And I was going to kind of drift into it slowly, knowing that it's quite common for other people's invisible friends to just show up on the show. Or sometimes we get very strong impressions from the clients when they check in and tune in. But just for reference, Nikki, the very moment it came into my brain that I was going to say, and your guides are going to be here kicking and screaming. The phrase was kicking down the door. And even before it came out of my mouth, I'm sitting over here in the studio, right? Okay? Even before this came out of my mouth, it was like they jumped into the room over there and did this like Karate Kids kicking down the door thing, like just to demonstrate. So what that tells me is they can read my mind. They can read my mind ahead of what I can read my mind. So anyway. So it looks like there's a fairly boisterous crowd here. Okay? With the Invisible Friends crowd, that is. I'm feeling very mellow. I'm trying to stay mellow because I had a very rough week. Last Sunday I got heat stroke, and that knocked me out for 4 days. I couldn't do the Sunday show. I couldn't do the Wednesday show. Thursday I started feeling better, and I've just been living on a very healthy diet and lots of electrolytes. I got a little bit offended last week because I checked through the chats. I was just trying to get prepared for the show, and somebody called M Dark or whatever it is said, oh, I said it on the chat. Oh, look, TL's drunk again. And there was two comments. They were very similar. Oh, like TL's drunk again. Oh, look, he's drinking. I mean, it was just kind of, lame, like one of those, troll types. Anyway, so I deleted it and I blocked it. But I took it personally. I thought, you know what? Yeah, maybe I'm pushing things a little too far. So tonight, watch this. I have electrolytes. Yay! Ooh, Okay. Can I get a reading? Hello, pretty Mika. Yeah, got it. I'll put you on the list. You are next. Let's go over here. And you know what? We'll probably just get started really soon. We're already filling up the house. No, seriously, Nikki, your guides, they do not mess around. All right, let's see. All right. Here we go. There it is. You see? You got it. You did it. You figured it out. Classic Tarot Lumination Sunday Night Live Super Chat. We've done this many times before, and we're going to do it again. I feel like I'm running a kind of a sort of like a miniature In-N-Out burger kind of place here where, it's just almost like a mini cult. Like, I just do this thing, I do my Super Chat mini readings, I got my magic post-it notes, I do my Astra Doodles, and people line up just like they do for the In-N-Out burgers. Over here where I'm staying, there's an In-N-Out burger about a mile away. And even during the pandemic, they have like a line. They have a line, hold on. They usually have a line anything from 5 to 20 cars long. I mean, that's crazy. And then just farther up the street, there's a Carl's Jr. burger joint. And maybe you're lucky to see 2 cars in the car park. If at all. I just don't get it. Hello, Gregory, I see you. I see you. Thank you, BB. I don't have to answer to anyone. Guess what? BB said so. Ha ha ho! I don't answer to anyone. I have been known to drop some F-bombs and expletives, and I have been known to drink on camera. And you know what? You're right. I'm not going to answer to anyone. The only people who can stop me are the people over at YOUTUBE or GOOGLE. And I've already had my with them, and I'm over it. You know? They've already done the damage that they can do. Well, they could do more, but they're not. So anyway, the show lives on. Here we go. So anyway, let's just get on with it, okay? Actually, I need a little bit of moment. I need to get some cards out. I mean, this is a tarot show, isn't it? I actually have to have some cards on hand. So give me a second here. I'm going to take care of that in a minute. You just have to bear with me, okay? It won't be long. It's, I gotta do some little homework here. Okay. So I think we are pretty much ready to go. There we go. All right, now, just want to check in. I think we're good. Just let me check in with you guys, see what else. Did I miss anything? It's very normal that I miss things. I can't read the chat all the time. Once I start to get rolling with the readings, everything gets really trippy over here, and you just have to kind of put up with it. If it's not your reading at that moment in time, you just hang out. Sometimes the readings have like a broader, reach. They affect other people. I've had that happen on this show quite a few times where, it'll be almost like a group reading. I'm not going to be able to handle a group reading tonight. I'm still in recovery. So, hello Heather over there. Way out there on the West Coast. Yes, okay. What's that? Lena has a huge delay on the computer, yeah. Well, apparently there's been huge rolling blackouts in the internet all over America today, so we're even lucky to be here at all. It's just freakish. So, hello, Heather. Hello. Thank you. All right. So, yeah, we're really lucky, honestly. To be able to do any of this at all is freaking mind-boggling. You know, there's so much horrible stuff going on in the world right now. Truly horrible. But at least here, for a couple hours tonight, we're going to have fun. We're going to dive deep into the world of the invisible, into the great beyond, where we will connect with our invisible friends. My own invisible friends will be here. And I invite you to invite your invisible friends to join us tonight. It's so much more fun. Nikki's are already here. Okay. So, anyway, let's get on with it. Here we are. All right, so actually, I'm just going to leave this open just in case someone else shows up. I got room for maybe one more, maybe two. We'll see. That's about all I could handle. All right, so first up, Sir Gregory is here. I don't know if you had any particular topic in mind. So at the moment, it's going completely blind. But, if there's a sort of thematic thing, I mean, we've talked about, we've worked together quite a lot before, so I know everything and anything can show up. So we will allow for that. It's interesting because you know how on this show we often get readers of all kinds from all sorts of different places on planet Earth. It's still like it never ever stops. Like the whole growth process, the whole learning process of what happens here. I learn so much every day, every week, every month, just by running this channel. It's really quite bizarre. Okay, well, let's have a look now. So Gregory has not added any extra notes, so we're going to read for Gregory right now. Blind. Gregory wants to go blind, please. Okay, so here we are. We're focusing on Mr. Gregory at this moment in time. And we're going to use the same old spread. It's just the same old thing. It's the Terra Lumination situational spread. It's the same spread they use when I do my consultations with the White House. It doesn't matter who the president is. I'm always on call 24/7, except for weekends. And anything can happen, but I always use the same spread, okay? It's like a little miniature diagnostic tool. That's how I look at it. Same thing that happens when you go into your auto repair place and they say, "Hello, Gregory, thank you very much. I know you said there's something wrong with your car and you described it beautifully, but I need to check for myself, so I'm going to use my diagnostic device." And it's usually a black box of some kind with a bunch of wires and connectors on it. Yes, Heather, you've got a point. I'm starting at 5 p.m. now. I'm going to probably keep it at 5 p.m. because it just makes it a little bit more comfortable. It's starting to get dark early, and a lot of people come from over on the West Coast and Europe and all sorts of places, and it seems to work better earlier. The Wednesday shows we do at noon, and even that's not early enough for some people. Anyway, Journey Seeker, looks like you're flirting. Hold on. Yep, it's what it is. I've seen that little icon before. And Journey Seeker, there's another little icon from Journey Seeker. It says, look, zip it up. Journey Seeker's going to zip it up. Or maybe that's a Halloween. Oh, that's a Halloween icon. That's a pumpkin icon. That's what that is. I get it. Yeah, I know, that's the thing, Heather. On my channel, it's a very, very weird algorithm where they run me in YouTube. I have thousands and thousands of subscribers, but every month they take away about 100, okay? It doesn't matter what I do to try and grow the channel, no matter how much promotion I ever did, and no matter how many tags or advertising or whatever, the channel is on a flat line, okay? and that's not up to me. So a lot of people on my channel do not and will never ever get notifications because they've put the channel kind of on a stranglehold, which is very sad for me and sad for the public because they need me and I need them. But, you know, what can you do? I've thought about starting another channel, basically replicating and duplicating this channel and starting from scratch. But I'd have to get a lot of subscribers really, really quickly. Oh, I see. Thank you, Journey Seeker. Get on with the reading. Got it. Got it. Okay, I'll shut up now. All right. Here we go. It's probably nerves. I probably started talking a lot simply because of nerves, because I haven't been doing shows very well lately. All right, so here it is. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. It could mean anything. Anything could come from anywhere. Now, I'm going to look at this card in a minute, and I'm going to be referencing basically this energy here. I don't know how it's going to be interpreted, but this is what I consider the weather. That's how I usually interpret the weather, okay, when I look at this card. Okay. Wow. Okay, so we've got the Nine of Cups here. To me, it feels like it's a message to basically give yourself permission to be happy, to satisfy you, to satisfy yourself without, okay, like what they said to me earlier, like, what was it I said? Like, without answering to anybody. Do what's right for you. It's a time, the time right now is very opportune for you to do what is right for you. Basically, despite these challenges here, these challenges are universal. It's for the whole of planet Earth. We're all dealing with this in some way or other in our chart, okay? Some way, somehow. Now, this little Nine of Cups here, I believe, is referencing this wonderful, harmonious aspect here, which I believe is actually very harmonious for you, particularly Gregory. It's basically, it's an energy of happiness and exploiting happiness, but you have to be aware that happiness exists and that you have a right to your own personal happiness that is not contingent upon anyone or anything else. You have a right to be happy, regardless of anyone or anything else. Thank you, Journey Seeker. Love you too. I can't say that too loud because, you know, people might take it like, what's he doing? All right, have a look. Let's have a look. Here's the situation. Queen of Cups. Okay. So to me, I'm sensing a lot of abundance with you and for you, but it's the sort of abundance where there's uncertainty. Part of this is inheritance, inherited abundance, inherited love. Knowing what love is, you are already a very loving being, Gregory. You know what it's like to love and be loved. You know what it's like to really extend yourself for other people, a significant other in any kind of situation, not just your career or anything like that. What's that expression? I used to say it a lot. The definition of love is being ready, willing, and able to extend yourself above and beyond your own comfort zone in order to assist, facilitate the spiritual, joyful evolution of another being for the sake of it. Because it's so satisfying. Not everybody wants to do that. Also, another thing about love is that on this channel, love is as love does. People can talk about it, preach about it, pray about it, but in the end, it's an action. Love is as love does. Love is a measurable experience. When somebody is unloving, it's a measurable experience. When someone is loving, it's a measurable experience. And you only have, let's say, a quota. You have a certain, people like to talk about infinity of love. And you kind of have almost like an infinite supply here. That's how I look at it. But the big question is, what do you do with it? My feeling is that you're going kind of through like a really profound change at the very, very foundations of your being, where you're starting to look at your whole life, your whole world from a different perspective. In who am I really? What am I doing here? Why am I living the way I am, making the decisions that I'm making? And a lot of it is because I think your physical body, which is an antenna, which is a transceiver, is starting to become aware about this luscious world of the healing power of love. And it's a big, big responsibility. Once you've kind of tapped into it, once you've been tapped on the shoulder to be an ambassador of the healing power of love, you've really got to figure out, well, okay, as love does, thank you very much, Terry, but illumination, but what does that actually look like? You know, love is as love does. Yeah, talk about that. Yeah, cool. But what does that actually look like? That's a whole other situation. How does that look for you? Especially love thyself, okay? Which is sometimes the hardest thing to do on earth, unless you're a certified professional narcissistic egomaniac. All right, let's have a look. What are the problems here? Okay, so the strength card here is telling me that there's like a part, it's like willpower. There's a part of you which is fighting yourself. It's almost like, to me it feels like, it's almost like you're at war with yourself. Hold on, I have to check in with you personally about this. To me it feels like with the strength card there, it's like, what I'm saying in the reading is like, you already know this, but putting it in words specifically, that's a whole other thing. Putting in a simple sentence, clarifying this, and then I'm not pointing fingers, but I'm just pointing out the theme of the reading. So to me it looks like you're kind of morphing into this new being, where it's much more about being an ambassador for the healing power of love. But what does that actually look like in your day-to-day life? Can you go to college and get certified? No. Are you going to be able to put up a brass plaque on the front door of your office that says, "Hello, certified ambassador of the healing power of love"? Do you see what I mean? It's like, doring. Most people are going to think like, Gregory, you're a really nice guy, but like, yeah, Gregory. So that's kind of what I feel is happening here. So there's a lot of, to me it feels like there's a lot of swirliness going on, trying to figure out and understand what these new energies feel like. How do you put them in words? And then once you put them in words, what does that look like when you lay it all in front of you? You know, wow, what am I supposed to do now? Like, you know, living in different places, moving around, your mother crossing over to the other side recently, dealing with a whole new living environment and trying to figure out what does that mean. I think it's okay to swirl around in all of this stuff right now, but with the strength card, it feels to me like there's this like real battle going on, where there is the Gregory Ross that you know very, very well. You've done a lot of homework on yourself, but you know, with great power comes great responsibility. And so what do you do with that? So it feels like it would be, it's almost like the challenge is like you would feel guilty for being nice to yourself, feeling guilty for following a spiritual pathway that seems to be unfolding in front of you, which is about you being happy for the sake of it, as opposed to having to do very important, serious things about helping other people to be happy. So in some ways you're naturally programmed to be transformative in other people's lives, so that their lives can be transformed for the better. But now it feels to me it's like it's kind of your turn. But that kind of goes against the egoic grain, because it sounds like it's self-serving. And that would go against your spiritual ethos. Problem. Let's see how we're going to deal with that. So how are we going to deal with that? Let's have a look. Okay, so don't be scared about the Hermit card. Okay, some people hate this card because it makes them feel like there's nowhere to go. You know, what am I supposed to do? Where can I hide? Where can I turn to? Who can help me? No one's going to save me. So with the Hermit card, my feeling is that the way to deal with your current situation, now I know that you read cards yourself and you're fluent already, so you can reinterpret this however you want. But what I'm sensing here with the story that's unfolding here, the way I'm feeling it, is that the way to handle it is to, I would say, cruise with the whole thing and allow yourself to go into uncharted territories where, you know, you can get a tarot reading every now and again, and that really, really helps. But basically being willing to go into uncharted territory. The way I see it, this represents the uncharted territory here. You know it's out there. There's like a sort of a new calling ahead for you. There's a new chapter in life for you, which is like spiritually more demanding, spiritually more rewarding, spiritually harder to understand and grasp. And that contradicts your physical, egoic interpretation of the self to date. So what I'm sensing here is that this is very, very supportive for you to head into new directions which are actually quite challenging for you and they're hard to put into words for you. And so you have to live through it. In other words, you could have a tarot reading every day and it still wouldn't, it would only help so much, because ultimately you are going to have to be the one who has to live through the experience in a physical form. Like, what does it actually mean if I indulge myself to do the loving thing that I know is really sweet for me and takes me on my true path, even though it might, let's say, offend others or go against my previously established code of honor or dignity or sense of how I present myself to the world as my most magnificent self. Things are changing, Gregory, here. And so my feeling is that it's a very strange message. It's probably not what you might have expected to hear. But it looks to me is that you have to be willing to, I said indulge yourself in being happy. Now, when I say indulge yourself, that sounds like it's a bit self-serving and just sort of greedy. But let's look at it this way. Be willing to allow yourself to experience the pleasure of giving yourself permission to enjoy happiness as you would define happiness at that moment in time, like at this moment in time right now. And just do that on a continuous basis. And you will find that your life changes when you make those kind of decisions. But nobody can do that for you. You actually have to do it. You actually have to wake up for the day, or make a decree for the day, or say, you know what? What now? What now? What now? What now? Wow, I'm going to do something that I wouldn't maybe have normally permitted myself to do because of, previous restraints, but I'm just going to do it because I deserve to be happy. And the more you do that, the more you love thyself, the richer and more valuable you are to the world around you. It just seems like a very contradictory way to get there, but it's not. Allow yourself to, I would say, I'm just going to, the easy way to say it, allow yourself to experience happiness without asking for permission. Discover what it feels like so that you can discover more and more what it feels like to be an ambassador of the healing power of love, and then just go for it. And that would be the path. Okay? That would be a path of spiritual evolution. You're blessed already. Okay? You're blessed already. You've got this supporting you very, very strongly. And all you have to do is face the challenges. That's how I'm looking at it. Okay? All right, let's have a look. I think that's about all I can say on this one. Thank you, Gregory. There is your reading. I'm going to check this one out now. Up next, we've got Lena, and it is her birthday reading. Lena there in Argentina. Lena in Argentina. Lena, we'll have to chat sometime soon. I'm sure that. And we're going to shuffle up the rest of the post-it notes over to here. BB's up next after Lena, then Felix, then Tina, then Pretty Meika. There we go. Let's have a look. I'm just going to shuffle up and then I'm going to say hi to Lena. Okay. Yeah, it's a very strange concept, this whole thing of love thyself. It sounds so counterintuitive to people who are like seeking the spiritual path, seeking their spiritual evolution and so on. Because it sounds like it's very, very selfish or something, but it's not, okay? Anyway, I gotta keep shuffling. I have to keep shuffling this thing. Cool shades, man. I see you, Felix. Looks like Lena just got delivered some birthday presents from Gregory. Some roses, a present, and a cake. Alright, there's a lot of choppiness going on the internet tonight. The internet is kind of struggling. I'm not quite sure what it is, but it is. I think it possibly could be because, you know, so many more people are online now because of all these lockdowns. I'm using a really good computer here. Let me just check in with Lena. Hold on. Hey, Lena. Happy birthday. Hi, Lena in Argentina. So, I don't know if you guys are seeing it over there, but I'm getting a lot of choppy signals over here, indicating that the broadcast is extremely unstable. And the thing is, there's not much I can do. Like, I've got a good computer, okay? It's got a really good, fast processor. My dream is to get another computer. If you saw the computer I want, wow. Anyway, it's a lot of money. We're not going to do that right now. But this is a good computer, but I am running like 5 multiple softwares simultaneously to do this show. It puts a lot of pressure onto the internet, okay? So I'm pumping a lot of signal into the internet. And, you know, every street, every town, every city, every suburb has internet pipelines, just like plumbing, just like electricity, and there's only so much. It's just like streets, it's highways. It's a lot of, if there's a lot of traffic, for example, it can, you know, things get very, very choppy. Okay, it's just like driving on in rush hour. Okay, so that's what I'm seeing here. So if you guys are noticing some like choppiness on the broadcast, it's probably not going to be easy to fix. Okay, I do need a beverage. Give me a second. Cheers, Lena. Yep, got that. I'm stashing it behind some of the equipment over there. So long as you can hear, okay? And also, this will record pretty well. So, you know, if you miss something, you can watch it again. And you can do a little quick rewind or go back on the action replay just to get the, you know, just for your own personal reading. You know, anybody can do that if they want. All right, so, Lena, what's going on? Lena, it's Lena's birthday. Oh my gosh. So what does that tell us, everybody? What does that tell us? Number one, Lena has a Virgo sun sign. Dun, da, da, da. Astrology 101. Cards are well shuffled already, but we're going to dive into it. As you know, Lena, anything can come up. It could be love, romance, travel, spirituality, family, health, dealing with all sorts of things. You know, it could be anything. In case you didn't know, everybody, Lena is very active on social media. Lena is a journalist for music over in Argentina, in the sort of Buenos Aires neighborhood area. Before the lockdown, Buenos Aires is kind of famous in pop and rock culture for having lots of concerts because they love rock stars and pop stars over there. Lena is a Virgo with Pisces rising. Okay, let's do it. Let's just do it. Okay. We're now going to take this and turn it into Lena's chart. Watch this. Did you see that? Did you see that? Instantaneously, we go from an Aries chart to a Pisces rising chart. This is Pisces on the horizon. Do you see how I made this the horizontal? There you go. So this is kind of how the weather looks for Lena right now. Lena has been living with Neptune in Pisces, okay, transiting her rising sign for years and still for years to come. There's probably at least another 6 years, okay, for Neptune in Pisces. Lena's sun on this kind of chart would be in her 7th house, by the look of it, in a very simple whole sign chart. So Lena is very much about relationships. Lena would have a natural tendency to consider others almost before she would consider herself. It's a very, let's say, it's a very selfless type of alignment. It's a very devotional type of alignment. It's very, very pure kind of alignment. Purity in relationships, okay? Anyway. I just thought I'd do that for fun. And you put my reading after Tina. Wait a minute, where's your... sorry, Nikki, oh, man. Nikki, sorry, I just saw your note. I don't know how or why I saw it, but I did. Can you put my reading after Tina? I purchased right after her. Thank you. Oh, God, right. Sorry, Pretty Mika. Sorry, I have to bump you down the line. Nikki pointed out something to me which I completely overlooked. I hope you've got patience. Okay, Pretty Mika? We'll go back to the notes there, okay, Nikki, but I got to get on with Lena's reading. So we're doing pretty well. I don't think I'll be able to take any more readings tonight after that. So we got Lena, BB, Felix, Tina, Nikki, and then Pretty Mika, okay? Got it. Sorry about that, Nikki. Sorry. And I can scroll back. I know there were some notes that you put in the screen there on the chat, so we'll go back to that. I'm just going to finish one last pass over here, okay? Gregory Ross is a Pisces rising as well. Okay, that would probably indicate the ability to be very devotional and self-sacrificing in relationships, or as a person, okay? It could be very easy to exploit you and your kindness, for example, okay? And you might have a natural tendency to, let's say, be a bit of a dreamer and to believe in multi-dimensional worlds above and beyond our three-dimensional world, and perhaps to be a little bit frustrated with, the limitations of 3D physical reality. But Pisces has to deal with that all the time. Anyway. Oh, look at that. Robin is sharing deep secrets with Lena. Oh, guys, so you guys chat amongst yourself. We're going to do Lena's reading now. Anything can come up. I don't know what's going to come up, Lena. I have no idea. Here we go. This is for Lena from Argentina, and it is her birthday. Happy birthday, Lena. Okay. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it, and let's have a look at the weather for you. I just showed you the chart. So we've got the 9 of Pentacles here. Okay, I sensed like multiple messages at once simultaneously. Number 1 is it's important for you to look at yourself as abundant. And I think it would be important also because we have, look at this, okay, just give me a second here. You see all these retrogrades right now, we're kind of at the end of August here. We've got a huge wall of retrogrades, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. And these are like asteroids and all of that. There's Chiron. So this is an incredibly useful time to do some very, very deep soul searching for you, Lena, to like look at your, to me, this is going to sound really strange, but what the card is telling me to tell you is have a look at yourself in the mirror. Look from multiple angles, like, you know, and then, and it's like, to me, it feels like it's a self-examination thing. Do like an evaluation. Take advantage of this birthday with so many retrogrades. It's a chance to go deep diving, like asking, who am I really? Why am I here? What do I want? What are my talents, gifts, resources? How can I optimize my talents, gifts, and resources so that they work the best for me in my physical life? Things with money, perhaps. What can I do to improve my finances? What can I do to tap into my natural gifts and talents? I'd like to follow up with you on this, Lena. We'll do a reading, okay? We'll sort it out, okay? I'll follow up with you because there's a lot of things. I know you're very involved in the music business. You're naturally gifted with understanding musicians and artists and reinterpreting that energy so that other people can understand musicians and artists, okay? Contemporary big names, but a lot of live shows have stopped for now. But what I'm sensing here with the 9 of Pentacles is this is very harmonious time for you to take stock, self-evaluation, and sort of like what was happening with Gregory with the 9 of Cups. This is like a much more easy to understand approach because we're talking about your natural gifts and talents. What I'm sensing here, this next year is an incredible, these next few years actually, but this year in particular is going to be a really important time, a really good time for you to find ways to optimize your talents, but find ways, very smart ways to bring in money. A little bit of money here, a little bit of money there. There's ways to do this. I can feel it, okay? So you can have a sense of independence, like your money. It's you earned it, okay? And you created it. It's like having your own little business, okay? In some way, shape, or form. I'd love to talk about this with you, okay? Okay, so that's the theme. That's what I'm sensing here. Yes, it's going to be challenging, okay? It's very challenging. There's a lot of challenges here right now. Even in the heavens right now, we got a massive polarity, the Virgo-Pisces polarity, that's sitting right on top of Lena's natural Pisces-Virgo polarity. So this is a very stark astrodoodle that could kind of be like a wake-up call, like wake up, wake up. This is it. As bad as things might be for your life, whatever it is right now, whatever is bad in your life, however bad it is, you're actually in a moment of sacred opportunity. Beautiful sacred opportunity here that's going to work for you, but you have to be aware of it, and it's my job to make you aware of this. You are very talented, Lena. You're very gifted. So what are we going to do with that? Let's have a look. Here's the situation. Okay, let's just face it. You're coming in sweet and innocent. Okay, you have good intentions. But again, with that Pisces rising energy, it's a question of definition. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? It's wonderful to be like artistic, creative, a dreamer, very musical, very naturally gifted in these things. But it's coming from a place of innocence, and this is a real chance to grow. So we're bringing the energy of your natural innocence, your natural desire to, I guess, be the most loving person that you can be, to understand love, perhaps even in love and relationships. But we have to see it not as a dream or not as a concept or a feeling. We're talking about reality here, okay? It's just that you might be coming in a little bit innocent. Like there's a lot to learn. There's a long way to go. Luckily, you have plenty of life ahead of you. So, what's the challenge here? Okay, so I've got the Two of Wands. So, to me, it might feel as though you might have been cheated in some way out of destiny, out of fate. Like, I mean, I'm just going to say this in a way, it might hurt your feelings, Lena, but look at it this way. Okay? You've got really strong natural gifts in the things that I described, because some of you guys here on the channel know Lena very well already. She's a journalist in the music business. She's very musical. She's a natural. She plays piano and she sings, okay? And all of that stuff. So she's already in her element. And she fits in that element very well already. The thing is that I would say with everything that's going on in the world right now, the Pisces Virgo axis with which you are born, which happens to be, let's say, very challenged tonight, and it's going to come into full challenge early next week when we get the full moon, okay? We're going to have a Virgo sun with a Pisces full moon, okay? It's just in a matter of hours or a couple of days or whatever. So sometimes like full moons bring things to a culmination. So you might have a sense of like an epiphany, like, oh my God, now I understand my life better. There's a reason I was not born in Los Angeles hanging out with rock stars and pop stars and movie stars, because I would have ended up as a drunk, alcoholic, druggy, stoner, lost in the wilderness of chaos. Instead, you are in a very unique place, far, far away from the world capital of loopy-loo entertainment, music, biz, writers, and all that kind of stuff. And so you have a great perspective that other people in your field would not have. My feeling is, though, that the pressures of, three-dimensional life, the lockdown, the China virus, the crisis, economic pressures and catastrophes, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. That could be very depressing. It could make you feel as though your destiny has been crushed. Is there a destiny? What's out there for me? Okay? That's understandable, okay? Especially when you look at that chart. Okay? But it's not the end of the world. This too shall pass. Okay, let me go over here. So what I'm sensing for you, Lena, is that it's really important, again, like with Gregory, to prioritize the self. Love thyself. Give yourself permission with all these heavy retrogrades over the next few months. Basically, you're just coming up to your solar return. You just had a full solar return. Now you're starting another year ahead of you. You've got all of these retrogrades you've been dealing with already. We've got a whole wall of retrogrades for most of the rest of Virgo season. So you might as well take it as a chance to go deep diving to discover more about yourself. It doesn't mean you have to, it doesn't have to be painful, but it's like understanding that, let's say, what's that expression? I've heard it a few times lately. See all this red stuff? Think of this as crisis. Crisis. Intense pressure, okay? Never let a good crisis go to waste, okay? Do not let this go to waste. This is intense pressure, but there's a tremendous amount that can be learned from this, okay? Especially in the world of relationships for you. So this is a hidden blessing. These are the blessings. This is very supportive, nutritious energy for you, Lena. Take advantage of it. It is there. It's out there, but you have to take it. Okay? So if you're living in a condition like, oh my God, woe is me, where's my life going? Do I have a chance? Do I have any kind of destiny at all? Okay? That's just fear. That's you living in fear from all those bits of red ink on my astrodoodle. There's lots of green stuff that's good for you. Green is go, green is good. So you have to follow that good stuff. How are we going to do this? Okay, you have to do very carefully. My feeling is that you have to be willing to do whatever has to get done to do what has to be done. Sorry, what's the expression? Do whatever you have to do to get done what you have to do. Okay? And it's going to take brain power. You're going to have to be smart. You're going to have to be shrewd. You're going to have to be stealthy. You're going to have to perhaps operate in ways that you didn't operate on before because you never thought about them as legitimate or honest, okay? But what I'm sensing here for you, Lena, is to, sorry about this, like take advantage of your relationships, okay? It's like you're built for relationship. It's like you're built to relate. If you got Pisces rising and you've got Sun in Virgo cruising around your 7th house, like you're a natural for partnership. So it would make sense for you to align yourself with others, a significant other, a business partner or something like that, where you enhance them and they enhance you, rather than trying to be, let's say, self-employed, where you just do everything yourself. My feeling is that, like with this 7 of Swords, it's like taking the whole concept of relationships to another level where you actually, this is going to sound a little bit, I don't know, you exploit the relationships. You find ways, it's like you cash in on the good value and the good there's a word for it, on the equity that you have built in your life and your world already. You've got people that you know all over the world, okay? And they're coming and going, and they may not be over there in Argentina, but you do connect with people, and the world is changing. I saw something today about the music business, for example. I'd like to share that with you because the landscape is changing, really seriously changing for artists and musicians about how they do what they do. And, you know, I'm not going to say, I don't want to say things that are going to like boost your ego or make you feel like everything's going to be okay. To me, it feels like there's work to be done, and it involves kind of exploiting your relationships. Not exploiting, I mean, exploit doesn't have to be a bad word. It means making the best, okay? Like if you put all your relationships out on a table, you know, a friend over here in Los Angeles, a connection over there, a musician, a writer, whatever it is, some knowledge, some information, and you put it all out on the desk and you kind of look at it kind of like, what is all that stuff? These are all components of your life. And then you start to put it together and you rearrange them in a different way. And you think, wow, okay, I never thought of living my life in this way. You still got the same ingredients. You're still Lena, but you start to come at it like, you know, like what do they call those people? Developers, like app developers, where it's almost like you have to be your own disruptor. I'm using that cliche word where it's like you deliberately kind of like, it's almost like you kind of take a list of all the, you know, sorry, let me go back to the deck. It'll be easier here. Like you take you create a list of 9 things that are really, really important to you, things that you value a lot, your gifts, your talents, what can you offer to the world, what would you like to enjoy in this world, and just lay them all out there and maybe put, you know, 9 different post-it notes and how you prioritize them. But this time you take them all and then you shuffle them around and you put them in a different order so that you look at your life like from a different lens, a different perspective. The energy of the disruptor. What I'm sensing here is the energy of the disruptor. To me it feels like by going into your world of chances and opportunities and destiny that's based on decisions that you make for yourself. I know it's scary, but dive into it, do it anyway. Be prepared to make mistakes. Be prepared to perhaps get hurt in some way, emotionally, psychologically, by testing yourself. But that's how you can learn and you can grow from this. You can basically prosper from this. You just have to be careful, okay? I'd like to do a follow-up reading with you soon, Lena, okay? We can follow up on that. I've got some ideas, Lena, but I have to get on with the rest of the show. But I've got some ideas I'd like to share with you, Lena, okay? So we'll follow up again soon, all right? So get in touch with me, all right? We'll do it. We'll figure it out. All right, BB, you're up. Now, BB, did you put in any notes? Hey, Vaman33. Hello, Ivona, I see you. Now, Lena, obviously, of course, you can reinterpret that however you want. That's your birthday reading. I was trying to read it from a large perspective, as though you and I were right here at the Tarot Illumination studio, and we were actually hanging out, and we were having a really good kind of, you know, really open heart-to-heart connection. No holds barred. We can talk about anything. And I think there's more. Well, I think we have to do a follow-up, okay? All right. Okay, BB just put some notes on the screen. Aquarius Sun, Leo Moon, oh my gosh. Scorpio Rising, there's a big T-square right there. Sagittarius North Node, blind reading is cool. All right, all right. Thank you, Lena. Happy birthday. Okay, I just need to rearrange the magic post-it notes. Okay. Felix is going to be next after BB. Then we got Tina over here. Then we got Nikki over here. And then Pretty Maika over here. So BB. Interesting. Blind reading's cool. All right. I'm just going to do the same thing I did with Gregory and Nina. So let's just do this. Let's mess with this a little bit, okay? Aquarius Sun, Leo Moon, Scorpio Rising. So what does that look like? You know? Okay, I just dropped one of my pens. Sorry. Oops. Okay. So, we're going to put the Scorpio rising, okay, over here, whoosh, by magic. So, it's going to look weird because of the writing's upside down. But we're putting the Scorpio, we're using a whole sign chart, okay? Each sign is exactly 30 degrees. I'm not doing interceptions or anything, okay? So over here, this is the Scorpio-Taurus axis, okay? Scorpio rising, Taurus 7th house. Now, BB said we got an Aquarius sun, okay? So the sun would be over here in Aquarius. In a whole sign chart, this would be in the 4th house of home, family, the foundations of your life, your world. For example, you might be very egalitarian, you might be very involved with transforming the lives of other people in the home setting, or you might have like a natural tendency to be, I don't know, I just kind of like the 4th house is very much about home and caregiving. Aquarian is a very impersonal sign. It's about what's best for the community, what's best for the people. It's very selfless kind of energy. So you might, I don't want to go too deep into it, but anyway, that's your sun over here. Okay, what was the other one? Leo moon. Okay, so the moon is over here in the 10th house. So this is a very different energy. You're a full moon baby. Sun in Aquarius, moon in Leo. You are a full moon baby. We just came out of the Leo season, so that might have been a bit bumpy for you. It's typical when you go through your opposing sun sign, it can be a little bit heavy, a little bit bumpy sometimes. So you are a caretaker. Okay. So it is a fixed sign mess. No, it's okay. Sorry. So you've got Aquarius sun, okay, in the 4th house. Leo moon in the 10th house. So, there's a strong emphasis on career, and you've already basically said you're a caretaker, okay? So caretakers often work in the home, so that would be a career. So that would be an obvious kind of description of this dynamic here. And then what was the other thing we said? Okay. So yeah, it's a square, yeah. So this dynamic here, your Aquarius sun, your Leo moon, your Scorpio rising, that's a natural born T-square. So that puts a lot of pressure. With the Scorpionic energy over here in the 1st house, you might have a bit of an energy that is transformative for other people. Like the way, for example, your caretaking, it wouldn't just be like a routine thing for you. It would be transformative. The people that you take care of are transformed by you, almost as a humanitarian gesture. And that is kind of like an innate invisible calling, okay? So that's kind of a beautiful thing. Caretaker to your family, yes. Okay, we said it. So let's have a look. I just have to put some of these things aside. I need space. Hold on, I need some water. Give me a second, BB. Stay right there. I'm going to finish off the electrolytes. Cheers, everyone. These are my electrolytes. Oh, that was good. Wow. I really needed that. It's mind-boggling on this show. I burn up astronomical amounts of calories doing this show, even though I'm basically sitting in a studio doing tarot readings. Next time in lifetime, BB wants to be an Earth sign. Okay, let's book it now. Okay? Just like booking an airline ticket. Next lifetime. Okay. Here we go. Next lifetime, Earth sign. Booked. Well done. It's going to be awesome. All right, so we're going to do a blind reading for BB. Let's see what this looks like. BB's tired of emotions and thinking. Well, it's hard for an Aquarius to stop thinking. Aquarians can be very cerebral, almost like scientists, and you can't switch it off. You know, it's part of the Aquarius profile. I've known a few Aquarians in my life. They're natural-born thinkers. They're natural-born scientists. They naturally question the status quo. And they often come up with solutions that are what they call out of the box. And that would be normal for an Aquarian. All right, here we go. Let's have a look, see what comes up. Okay. Cutting it up in a nice traditional way here. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Okay? So, BB, I don't know if you have any sort of particular sense or awareness of your invisible friends, but if you do, please invite them to join us here so we can do it as a kind of a group thing. It's an Aquarian thing to do. And if you do have a strong sense, bring them here. If you don't have a strong sense of it, just do a little incantation. Basically say, hello, my dear invisible friends. I'm getting a reading over here with Tarot Illumination right now. I don't know if you're clicking or you can see me. I'm not sure if I can really see you, but I am inviting you to come and hang out with me, BB, for my reading right now. Because it works so much better that way when we have a kind of a group experience. Because I can guarantee you for sure my invisible friends are here. They're very supportive of me as I do this. They help me a lot. Because it's hard to do this on your own. Okay, let's have a look. What do we got? Okay, 8 of Swords here. So, just like you said in the notes, you're really, really tired of thinking. Okay? So, it might be time to give yourself a break. If you're naturally born with an Aquarius Sun, Leo Moon, all encased in a Scorpio rising, by definition, that's a high pressure kind of environment. It's like you're naturally hardwired from the beginning to either deal with stress or to be stressed or to carry a lot of stress anyway. And you don't have to be that way all the time. Here's something that you can do. Okay, BB? Let's pretend, okay, just ignore all the black and the green stuff on here. Just focus on this red triangle. Think of this as your natural born T-square. Pretend this is your Scorpio rising. Pretend this is your Aquarius sun. Pretend this is your Leo moon. And I just happen to do, you know what, forget it. I'll do it like this. This is a little opportunity to share a little tiny bit of astrology, in how astrology can be very helpful for us to grow and evolve and adapt. Watch this. Tina, sorry, BB, this is for you. Okay, so I'm just going to deal with the very basics that you described here. This is for BB. And, oh, sorry, we're putting a Scorpio rising, okay, over here. You've got the Aquarius sun over here, and you've got the Leo moon over here. And I don't know if you have any planets in Scorpio, but anyway, this is a natural born T-square, okay? Very, very loose. I'm not talking about specific degrees, but in general, Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio are naturally squared to each other. So when I see something like this, It's a lot of pressure, okay? It's an awful lot of pressure to be born with a T-square, especially in the fixed signs, Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio, Taurus, because they do not like to budge. They do not like to give way. They're not so flexible as the Pisces and Sagittarius, or they're not so willing to, let's say, go at it like the fire signs. So over here, how do you deal with this? Okay, there is a way out. It's over here. So it might seem strange to you as an Aquarius, Leo person with your planets, but if you have any Taurus people in your life, or if you've never had any Taurus people, I'm talking about a Taurus sun sign specifically, it could be other planets, but over here, sometimes I've noticed this over the years, that if you think of this, they call it the empty leg. If you think of this as a table, a four-legged table, this leg is missing. And so there's a lot of fragility over here in this part of your life, especially in relationships. So, without telling you how to live your life, this energy over here of Taurus, okay, is potentially soothing for you, where it could create a sense of stability and harmony and balance in love and life and relationships, where you might perhaps not have to feel so much you're battling the world the whole time. So it might be an idea. This is just a totally off the charts kind of suggestion, like, dear angels, please bring to me that which is mine, so I can have relief from this natural born pressure. I did a reading with Tarot Illumination. He was talking about maybe bringing some Taurus energy into my life. Maybe if there's a Taurus sun person, please bring this person into my life in a way that's harmonious, so that I can enjoy some relief of all this pressure. Thank you very much. When I see the Eight of Swords here, it indicates to me that you are under a lot of pressure, to the point where you're almost, what do they call it? Paralysis by analysis. Like, the more and more you try to figure out the problem, the more, the tighter the knots become. What's the other way to describe it? Lost in a maze is another way I would say it. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that way, but my feeling is that if you are, let's say, frustrated about life in general on a large scale, like it doesn't matter where I go, what I do, how I do it, I always seem to face unending obstacles that confound me, and you would feel it. No, I'm not saying it's deep inside at the core, but this is a very intellectual card, so it's probably relating to the Aquarius part of yourself. So what I'm sensing for you is that this Eight of Swords is like, it represents the energy of a highly conflicted, highly pressured sun sign Aquarius. It's like, it's hard enough for each of us to be who we are anyway. But when your sun sign is in a full opposition with another major planet, like the moon, or in a hard square with the rising, those are three. Sun, moon, and rising are very strong, significant aspects to everybody's chart. When that is naturally highly stressed, it means like you're almost permanently wired, like, and you don't even have to take any coffee or stimulants or anything. You're naturally, you're born stressed. So you deserve some relief. But the thing is, to get the relief, you have to understand and accept that stress is hardwired into you. It's like you came into this lifetime hardwired with stress or to take on stress. But you don't have to live all day, every day like that. So there is hope, okay? So I would start looking towards the 7th house of relationships, okay? I think this Eight of Swords is an indication for me to go into this elaborate story about hinting to you that you might want to consider exploring relationships, or invoking or inviting a suitable relationship for you. It doesn't have to be a boyfriend, girlfriend, spouse, just somebody who is a significant character in your life. It could be a friend. Friends are very, very nice to have. And then like invite them to like invoke that Taurus energy. The Taurus is very grounding, very stabilizing. It brings tremendous sense of peace. Taurus loves peace. They do not like to be shoved around and pushed around. It could act as a very stabilizing energy for you, okay? So yeah, that would be okay. I mean, Taurus is not going to give away, but it could be a very, very satisfying counterpoint to the stressors that you have in your chart already, okay? So if you're missing your dad, ask your invisible friends to help you. Please bring to me that which is mine. Please take away from me that which is not mine, especially when it comes to a significant relationship. I would love to have a really good, solid Taurus type of character. Thank you very much. Let's have a look at the situation. Okay. Well, with the World card here, my feeling is that you've already kind of accepted that you're at a point where enough is enough is enough. I'm sick of my life the way it is right now. I'm following on your notes here, okay? So let's make it official. Why not just call it? Call it that you have reached the end of a very significant part of your life, a life chapter. Perhaps everything in your life up to this point needs to be examined as though it's a huge Netflix episodic series, and it's over. Okay, it's over. It's done. You've had series 1, series 2, series 3, and in each series there's 10 episodes, 10, 20, 30 episodes, but it's over. Eventually the Netflix series runs out. So I think with the World card here, it's a really good time to basically kind of accept things as like the existing lifestyle model for BB is over. Okay, done with it. Let's just put it to rest. Let's go and figure out something new. Uh-oh. BB, I want to introduce you to Bubba. Stay right there. Bubba? Bubba? Come on in, Bubba. Bubba's coming into the studio, everybody. I'm going to put you on camera. We've done this before. Stay right there. I'm going to introduce Bubba. Okay, here he is. Here's Bubba. Bubba and I are good friends. See? That's Bubba. He's in the limelight now. Sometimes he gets a bit shy. But anyway, he knocked on the door and he said he wanted to come in. So I have to give him a little bit of TLC. And he's probably not going to stay around too long, because he gets a bit... He's kind of adventurous, but he likes the attention. Okay? Anyway. Hello, yeah, I'm here. I'm doing a reading. I'm doing a reading, Bubba. I know, I like you too. I really do. I really, really do. You've been such a good friend. He's been such a good friend. Okay. I gotta put you down now. I'm gonna do that over here. You're welcome to stay in the studio. Anyway. So there you go. BB. That was Bubba. Bubba still wants to stay in the studio, so we're going to keep going. Alright? So, what I'm sensing here is just... to me, this is a kind of a card of profound acceptance. Let's just say, you know what? Life as you've known it is over. Whether it's over by default, in other words, it's all falling apart, or whether it's over because you're saying, you know what? Enough is enough. It's over. I'm done. It's okay. It's not the end of the world, but it's the end of the world as we know it. And something else is going to happen soon. Okay? So I hope that makes sense with the World card there. To me, it's beautiful. It's like a chance to start everything all over again. Okay. I wish I could put Bubba on again. He's looking for. He's just very curious. He's a cat, and he just loves poking around. Okay. Anyway. So lots and lots of puzzles. I think it's healthy to accept that, life doesn't have to be a continuous source of problems that have to be solved. Okay, maybe you can start to realize that it's okay to take off the blindfold, and you don't have to live in a state of constant stress or constant challenges or constant never-ending problems. Like some people feel as though life doesn't exist unless they're solving lots and lots of problems. Okay, but it's okay to chill. It's okay to start to say, you know what, I don't know about you, BB, but I've had all sorts of what I call lifestyle package deals, where I thought my whole life and my whole world was a certain way, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. So that's what I'm sensing here. I think you're at a point in your life right now where a certain lifestyle package deal is over. Now, that might be scary because you might be looking into the void of, well, what's next? Anyway, let's have a look. What's the challenges here? Okay, with the Death card, it feels to me like there's a tremendous fear of change, okay? Because I think you said you had Uranus and Scorpio. So that's a very, if you've got Uranus on the horizon here, like Uranus is the ruling planet of Aquarius. So that would indicate a lot of instability, radical change, radical upheaval, radical spontaneous shifts and change that sometimes can be very hard to deal with. If you've had a lot of, let's say, unexpected surprises or shocks or events or traumas in your life that came from anywhere for no explicable reason, that would make a lot of sense. And your energy, you might be kind of a natural, like you said, caretaker, healer type person, but it might be time for you to actually to be the person who needs the healing. The Death card can be really useful for that, but it might be that you're very scared of changes. You might be someone because you've got so much pressure, okay? Because this is such a high pressure configuration, and you just told me, I think earlier, that you have Uranus in Scorpio, okay? So that's a really high pressure configuration here. So you deserve a break. Maybe you're at a point in life right now where you can say to yourself, you know what, I really deserve a break. Life as I know it is done. I'm over it. It has to stop. If it hasn't stopped already, it needs to stop anyway. And then you get to the point, well, okay, now that I invoke a new life in front of me, there's also the deep fear that comes with the change. The deep fear of transformation, the deep fear of letting go of everything that you know to face something completely new. Because with the World card here, it does indicate that you will be kind of rebooting your whole life from scratch again, okay? And so what can often happen with a situation like this is the fear of the unknown, where the fear of the unknown can be so extreme that people would rather the world of hell that they know already, rather than accept that things are over and accept that there's going to be radical, irreversible change coming up ahead. It could be so scary for you, like, I can't do it. I'm just not going to do it. I'd rather just live the rest of my life with a nest of problems, and that's just going to be it. So I understand if you are scared of the changes, scared of the radical transformations that are happening in the world around you and in your life as a person. Uranus on the horizon, Uranus in the first house, means that you're going to live a life where there's always going to be surprises. You're going to be surprising to other people. Other people are going to be surprising to you. You're going to have surprising impacts on other people. Other people are going to have surprising impacts on you. The Scorpio is the energy of other people's mess, other people's money, other people's energies. So you could be very transformational to other people transformational to you, but you might be at the point where it's so intense, like, I don't know if I can handle this, you know? Deep fear of the unknown, deep fear of transformation, deep fear of transformational healing, deep fear of change. Okay? How do we deal with that? Okay, we take a breath. We basically go back to something very simple. Okay? With the Page of Cups here, to me it feels like the way to handle this, because to me this feels like a really high pressure type of situation. I'm feeling quite tight here, almost as though I'm absorbing energy. If you're constantly used to stress and pressures where that's all you know, then that's all you know. But what I'm seeing with the Page of Cups here, I think it's very much associated with going to the next level in your life, where you would think of relationships as something that don't just happen spontaneously, but something that can be nurtured and invoked. Where let's just say we invoke for you a relationship that is good for you in terms of transformation and healing, that's good for you, so you don't have to be that person for everybody else, okay? And so let's just say someone shows up and they just happen to have strong Taurian characteristics, lots of planets in Taurus, or Sun in Taurus, or Taurus right, or something like that. Something where there's a very profound, obvious Taurus type of energy. And if you're not used to it, then with the Page of Cups here, my feeling is, for me as your reader tonight, is to basically say, BB, it's okay to start from scratch. It's okay. Doesn't matter how old you are. You, at some point, at certain levels, you're innocent in here. Okay? We need to get this to be front and center, where the heart rules. Okay? Where your head, the Aquarian brain thing, becomes the servant of the heart. Because with the Eight of Swords here, it feels to me like the heart is being sacrificed on the altar of intellectual or thoughts or problems or things or concepts or beliefs that are out there that are nothing really to do with you. That's just stuff that's out there that's affecting you. My feeling is, with the Page of Cups, the way to deal with your situation is basically say, life as I know it or have known it, it's over. It has to be over. If it's not falling apart already, it needs to fall apart. Start again. Admit it, I'm absolutely terrified of starting from scratch and going through the massive convulsive changes, because I don't know what that looks like. That's heading into the unknown. Well, that's the point of the reading. The whole idea is to head into this empty space. That's the Taurus element of your chart reading there. That empty space would be the space that needs to be filled. And to me it feels like, with the Page of Cups there, it needs to be something very pure and simple, like another person who comes into your life who has these Taurian type of characteristics, which are very soothing, comforting, solid, unyielding, very strong, supportive, in a loving context. Doesn't mean it has to be romantic or sexual or marriage or it just means a significant person. Allow love to flourish. Don't be scared to invite it in and see what shows up. See who shows up. Don't put any kind of descriptions on who or what they're supposed to look like. Just do the invocation. Please, please, ask your invisible friends, dear invisible friends, please help me. You know I need to deal with this stuff. Please bring to me that which is mine. Please take away all the stuff which is not mine. Bring me that little love nugget thingy, okay? In the form of some kind of Taurian traits. And give me the courage to go there so I can transform, I can change, I can heal, and I can de-stress all this stuff and start to live a life of meaning, purpose from here. Live your life from here. Love thyself. This is the servant of this. If it's not, this has to become the servant of this. Okay? So that's the message. I hope it makes sense to you. I hope it does. You deserve it, okay, BB? You really deserve it. Okay? Understand that in this particular department, you might be a little bit sweet and a little bit innocent, okay? But that's where, to me, it looks like that's where the good stuff lies for you, okay? So you might as well, don't be scared. I would just, go for it. Invoke it. Invite it in. It could be life-changing. It could happen in very subtle ways. It could happen in very sudden, spontaneous, radical ways. However it happens, I think it needs to happen. And you have to have, like you said, the courage. You have to have the courage to do it, okay? Okay, I'm going to shuffle it all up. Next, Felix. What's going on, Felix? You're up. I hope you're still here. Let's have a look. I'm going to shuffle it all up. You know what I want to do? I'm going to take a little bit of break. I'm going to play Lena's piano music. Lena, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm going to play Lena. It's a song called I Surrender. And Lena just figured out how to play it on a piano. I can't do it. But I'm going to shuffle the cards. I'm going to find that little bit of music. Let's have a look. See, if I can't find it, I'll try and find it at the end of the show. Okay? Something like that. Here we go. I think this is it. There you go. So that was Lena from Argentina on the piano, playing a Terra Lumination song called I Surrender. Alright, so Felix, I'm just going to catch up with your notes here. I'm going to shuffle the card. Oh, you put some Aquarius, Sun, Libra, Rising, Pisces, Moon. Okay, you know what? Let's just make a little micro astrodoodle for you too. Why not? You know? So we've got read for Felix, then we're going to read for Tina, then Nikki, then Pretty Maker. Gosh, it's going to be late, Pretty Maker. Even though I started the show early, I don't know where you are, I forgot, but you know, I hope you can hang in till the end. And there's Tina, there's Nikki, and that's it. That's probably all I'll be able to handle tonight. Let's have a look. First of all, actually, you know, let me do this. I like doing this. Just for thrills. Why not? Okay, Felix. Just going to make a little astrodoodle here for Felix, so that people kind of can tune in, see what we're all talking about here. There's your westernized, simplified pie chart. Okay, so he says he's an Aquarius Sun, Libra Rising, and Pisces Moon. Okay, Libra Rising, okay? And what's this? Aquarius Sun, Libra Rising. Okay. Sun in Aquarius, and you said a Pisces Moon. Okay. Alright, there we go. So, it's nice when you have like some harmony kind of built in between Sun, Moon, and Rising. Like over here. Let's see if I can find it. I'm just doing it by the signs, okay? So this is typically very harmonious, okay? And the Pisces Moon is coming straight out of Aquarius. So you were born just after an Aquarius new moon. So in some ways, these are kind of selfless energies, and there's going to be a huge emphasis coming up soon, okay, Felix? I don't know if you're aware of it. I don't know how much you watch the channel, and I've stopped doing all the really in-depth reports for all the signs, but this is for Felix, by the way. We are heading into a massive vortex of Aquarius energy starting in 2021, okay? So please be aware of that, Felix. You're already poised in advance, and it's in a kind of way you're lucky with that, because with Libra on the rising here, you would have a natural born tendency to be harmonious in relationships, harmonious with yourself, where it's almost like being very selfless, because with the Pisces Moon, you might have a very, let's say, a devotional or sacrificial type of energy in the way that you relate to people emotionally. You might be involved in healing in some way as a very natural way of being. The question is, how are you going to do that? You might be a very kind of advanced, spacey type of energy healer person, or something equivalent in whatever career or life that you have. To me, it looks kind of dreamy and therapeutic, okay? Soothing and therapeutic. So what's going to happen here, Felix, is that starting in 2021, actually at the very tippy end of 2020, Jupiter and Saturn are going to be starting to move into the sign of Aquarius for 2021, for a lot of 2021, Jupiter is going to be in your sign. So you might feel as though your life is expanding and it's going to become more abundant and more exciting, more adventurous in some way. Inspiring, make you feel hopeful, okay, in some way, shape, or other, okay, as the Aquarian energy of yourself here is impacted by Jupiter. Also, that'll last for about a year. Now with Saturn moving into Aquarius also starting next year, that's going to be a 2.5-year journey for you. So when Saturn crosses your sun, it might be a little bit of a heavy energy where you feel you're being tested, examined, and taught a lot of lessons, or perhaps heavy lessons. So at least for 2021, when you've got Jupiter and Saturn working together, they're almost like opposing energies. Saturn would be the tough, teacher, and Jupiter would be the adventurous energy. So they kind of work in contrast to each other. But ultimately, it's very supportive for you these next few years. And then eventually, dear Felix, in about 2024, Pluto is going to enter this for about whatever it is, 18 years. So your life is going to change. Like 18 to 20 years from now, you're going to be a very different person. The world is going to be a very different place than it is today. Some things won't change. There'll be cars and highways and buses and supermarkets and whatever. But the internet's going to change, society's going to change, global finances are going to change, global politics are going to change. Now you had questions here about love, okay? Love life. What about love life? Let's just do it. Let's just do it broad and wide, okay? What about love? So often what happens sometimes with Aquarians, love translates more into a really profound friendship. And sometimes friendship can be more desirable than, let's say, three-dimensional romantic love, because there are sometimes so many expectations that go with it. The other side of the Aquarian love equation is that it can feel a little bit detached and impersonal for the others, because the Aquarians often come to love from the perspective of friendship and having a like-minded approach to life. And it could also be very unconventional, like your love life might be unconventional, okay? In how it works. There's a lot of stereotypes out there, but the chances are you're not going to fit into any particular stereotype. You're going to have something that is uniquely yours in one way, shape, or form or another. I'm not saying now or just yet, but you don't have to tell me whether you're hooked up now already or not. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to do the reading anyway. Oh, Robin is quoting lines from my song. Wow. Huh. Wow, I'm honored. Hello, JGF. I haven't seen you in a while. Good evening. So glad you're here. Thanks for hanging out with us. All right, Felix, let's have a look. Your picture shows you as a red dot with a very happy smiley face. You look like a very jolly fellow. Let's have a look here. All right, here's the situation. Yeah, I don't have to use a love spread or anything. We can use the same spread, okay? Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the weather for you too. Okay, so with the 8 of Cups here, my feeling is that, this is to do with expectations. My feeling is that if you're at a point in life right now where you've got certain preconceptions about what love is, how it should be, why it should be a certain way, perhaps to do with conditioning from when you were a child, or from very early experiences in love, like your first childhood sweetheart crush kind of thing, and then the first time someone falls in love with you and you dump them, or the first time you fall in love with someone and they dump you. You don't have to have, hardcore hanky-panky. What I'm suggesting is people can love each other just because they love each other. So what I'm sensing here is that you're at a point right now where probably the best option to do when we're dealing with this energy here. By the way, the moon is in Aquarius tonight. So when I'm looking at this, let's just, for example, if things aren't going well for you in your love life right now, my feeling is, and even if you're with somebody, if things aren't going well, it might be best to look at it from the perspective of history, where love can often be, like when people describe it, it's like a unique thing for everybody. How do you describe love? What would an ideal love relationship look like for you? What would it look like for you? It's a lot. Some people have certain core themes which are universal, and for a lot of people, the details can be very, very different. Hello, Fritali. And so, my feeling here with the Eight of Cups is that you have loved and lost to the point where it feels like the losses are in your lens of focus right now, and starting to look at life as though, hold on, let me just get to you personally. This is, because it is kind of personal. What I'm sensing with the Ace of Cups here is that we're looking at history. We're looking at the history of love in your life. What does that look like? Where have you failed? Where have you lost? Where have you loved? Where have you lost? Loved and lost, okay? Invested love, given love to others, accepted love for others, shared and merged, and then let's say things don't work out. Even if you're with someone, it's possible to be very close with someone physically, but very, very far apart when it comes here. So my feeling with the Eight of Cups is to look at today's circumstances, okay, tonight with the Aquarius moon. Think of it as history. It's all history. It's all gone. Some of it's conditioning, expectations that were unmet, amazing opportunities that didn't happen, amazing opportunities that are still ahead but maybe don't have a chance of happening and you know it already. So you end up with a sense of disappointment, but then you still get up and go anyway, okay? That's the fellow moving on, because you're on a journey. This life is a journey, and the most important part is here. So if you're asking questions about love and you're, let's say, a bit scared, let's say you've been burned, or you're what's the word? Damaged. And sometimes the more and more damaged people become, the more and more reluctant they become to go back into, let's call it, the marketplace, okay? Where you can go shopping for someone or someone comes shopping for you. Sometimes you don't have to go shopping. Sometimes it's better to work by invocation and then see what happens. It's different for everybody, but anyway, let's get on. So, to me, I guess in a nutshell, this is loved and lost and having to move on. So the question is, what does it look like? What does the future look like? Here's the situation itself. Okay, so with the Three of Swords here, a lot of people do not like to see this in a love relationship reading of any kind. It might be that you're in love with someone who's not available. In other words, you might love someone and they might love you, but it's not very viable because there's a third party involved. Those things happen all the time. You might be connected with it could be in any way, shape, or form. You're with someone and someone's with you, but your heart lies over here. Or you could have been betrayed by someone. Someone basically cheated on you. things like that, or you cheated on your loved one and you got found out, and then either way you look at it, there's pain. Okay, now remember, this is not a cups card. This is actually a swords card. So a lot of it is felt in the mind, like almost like a dagger, a tragedy, and the energy would like move down towards the heart center. But either way, if you're in a situation where, let's say, something is broken and it's beyond repair, and you're trying to figure out, well, what do I do now? If you are the one who's been damaged, or you're the one who's been betrayed, and let's say there's pain and suffering that goes with it, a lot of people, deal with it in different ways. Some people like to project. In other words, they want vengeance. They want to spite someone or someone else. Some people can't handle the process of failures and losses and confusion in the world of love and relationships, and so they often they'll self-medicate, for example. They'll go off and do what do they call rebound relationships or something, or they'll look for the nearest port in a storm. They'll find someone who's willing to hang out with them, and then you kind of get into this whole like television soap opera kind of drama thing, or episodic romance shows where everyone's talking about their love lives and trying to sort out all the problems and mistakes in their love lives, rather than actually accepting and dealing with the pain and then kind of going, ouch, that hurt. So if this is kind of what's happening right now, what's the problem with it all? Obviously there's pain involved somewhere here. Okay, to me it feels like, because there's a 3 here and a 3 here, I'm not a numerologist. Some of you are. Frittily, you might know about these things. But, by the way, there's a few readers here tonight. Frittily is very good at picking up things very quickly. So, Felix, please do not be surprised if you see complimentary notes coming to you from Frittily, no matter what she's talking about with other things about the furry friends and things. But in general, what I'm sensing here with the 3 of Pentacles is that there's a deep loss of a sense of teamwork, or the sense of friendship that comes from having a team, from having a relationship. And when a relationship is broken or compromised or lost or betrayed, then it's a really scary thing if you, for example, where's the chart? If you, for example, kind of took things at face value and then you suddenly realize, oh my God, things aren't what I thought they were. If you're naturally built for relationship, that's your natural way of being. You seek harmony in relationships. You're naturally built to be in a relationship, to be that person for someone else, which means you need to be with someone who is that person for you. But it looks to me that you're a little bit vulnerable, a little bit brittle, coming from a very sensitive Pisces moon over here, where it could possibly be quite easy for someone to take advantage of you. So when you, in an Aquarian type of relationship, with an Aquarian sun in the 5th house, fun would be an important ingredient of your life. The desire to share fun. Okay, it's unfrozen. I don't know what happened. Sorry about that. And so it's like if you're losing someone special and you're scared of losing that sense of camaraderie, partnership, like having that special someone who's part of your team. Like Aquarians really like relationship dynamics that feel like it's a team, you know? Where you enhance their life, they enhance your life, where friendship and teamwork and shared resources are very, very important. And if you're scared that you're going to lose all of that, or if you're sad that you've lost all of that, that would be perfectly understandable. especially if you've invested in the relationship, literally invested, like you are invested in that person, you're invested in the relationship. You put tangible aspects of your life into the relationship, money, time, energy, whatever it is, okay? Let's have a look. So how are we going to deal with this? The Page of Wands. Okay, to me it looks like it's kind of... This is going to sound like a bit of a cliche, Felix. But if you've been screwed over, or if you accidentally betrayed somebody and the relationship is damaged or broken, whoever is the cause, if there's damage and irretrievable damage to a relationship and it doesn't look like there's any chance of repair, and there's a sadness or fear of the loss of the teamwork and the values and everything that you shared and had, the message is that you've got to keep going anyway. So the Page of Wands here to me feels like it's up to me to give you... Hold on, let me just do this a second. Felix, it looks to me... I'm looking at the little tiny icon on the chat there. It looks like you... a jolly chap. You like to be happy. You like to have fun. Okay? And if that's gone because the relationship is fragile, broken, damaged in some way, my feeling is looks like you're a guy, okay? I want to give you a big man hug, okay? Just a big old man hug and say, man, listen, I know what it's like, bro. I know what it's like. And I give you one of those big back slap things and say, let's go out for a beer. Tell me all about it, but don't linger. You need to move on, man. Okay? With the Page of Wands, I feel it's like my job. This is going to sound really cliche and corny. It's not like, what is this to do with a tarot reading? But it feels to me like the reading is telling me to tell you, it's okay, bro. It's okay, man. You're going to be fine. You will live to love another day. You're going to need to be courageous. You're going to need to suck it up. If there's a lot of pain, allow it to flow through you. Just get it out of the system. Write it off as loss. Write it off as a painful loss in some way, shape, or form. If it isn't actually fully lost yet, if it's dying and losing and fading away and it feels tragic and painful, bring it on. Okay? Bring it on. Just basically, it's like, don't suck it up. Don't pretend bad things aren't happening. It's much better with this little reading. What it's telling me is to tell you, just pretend we're at a bar somewhere. It's just two guys hanging out, and it's just like, you're telling me this very sad story, and I'm saying, listen, man, I understand, I get it, but you got to keep going, okay? You have to trust yourself. You have to, for a Libra rising, it would be devastating to have a failed relationship, okay? And then to have to go back to being the self, okay? The Page of Wands is telling me to tell you, you're going to be fine, you're going to have to keep going, and everything's going to be good. It's almost like, I don't know what to do. If you're messed up about it all, it's better to just let yourself get messed up and let bygones be bygones. You've loved, you've been loved, you maybe got burned, maybe you burned someone, maybe you've lost something that was valuable to you. SHIT happens. I'm not going to do a reading about that, but the point of this reading is the way to deal with it is courage, man. You're going to be okay. If you're crying in your beer, that's okay too. Okay? Eventually, this too shall pass. Okay? Start to look at new times and new beginnings, especially in 2021. Things are going to really start changing. The rest of this year is going to be extremely volatile. Like in politics and global finance, a lot of convulsions, a lot of violence. And then things are going to make weird new shifts as Jupiter goes into Aquarius, Saturn goes into Aquarius. Your life is going to change, okay, Felix? No point in holding on to the past. Move forward. Be brave, man. Courage. Courage. Got it? You're okay. Not only are you okay, you're going to be okay. Okay? Got it. All right, Tina. Thank you for your patience, Tina. I know it's been a while. Nikki after Tina. And then Pretty Maker. I know, Tina, you're kind of on, I think, is it Central Time? Pacific Mountain Central. I think you're on Central. So it's not too late. Nikki, I know you're on East Coast time. I started early for the East Coasters to have a more gentle evening. Thank you, Felix. Very kind. Thank you. All right. All right, Tina. So, Tina is in the sort of Galveston, Houston, Texas area, and I was concerned about the big storm Laura. Apparently, it didn't even bother her. So, there we go. I'm glad you're okay, Tina. I'll just do a blind reading if that's okay with you, unless you've got some notes for me. I'll just shuffle a little bit. I'm going to get some water. And let's have a look. Tina is a night person. Declared, self-declared night person. All right, let's have a look. Okay, that's pretty good. All right, let's cut it up. A lot of you guys know Tina. She's been through a lot recently. Actually, a lot of the people on this channel who visit regularly have been through some big, big life-changing events recently. You're all very brave. All right, Tina. I don't see any notes, so I'm just going to go for it. Here we go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look. Let's check in with the weather, too. Yeah. See? 6 of Wands here. My feeling is like this is a very, to me, it's a really strong card. A lot of people call this the victory card. I feel it in a very gentle way. I feel it as instead of like a massive parade where you can flaunt yourself as the winner, what I'm sensing for you, the message is with this card is specifically like, it's the energy of content. Knowing you made some good decisions in some very challenging times these last few years, and you're coming out okay. You could call that a win. So it's a sort of the energy of like, yeah, doing okay. That's good. Yeah, I'm feeling it is very subtle but very strong, comforting type of win type of energy where it doesn't matter how challenging things were. No, it doesn't matter how, shocking, no matter how traumatic things were, no matter how convulsive, how much upheaval, no matter how much having to constantly face into the unknown, you did it. And now you're coming into this new chapter of life, and we could just kind of go, yep, that's a win. You could call that a win. Yeah. So that's, to me, it feels like it's like a very comforting kind of energy. I'm just going to go back to this thing for a second. Everybody, you need to know that Tina does a lot of work on herself to get to this point in life where she can handle some of the stresses that she's had to endure, to come out with a card like this, to get to the point of coming out with a win, a sense of contentment, despite all the challenges. I have a feeling that these energies here, the Capricorn, Virgo, Cancer, Pisces alignment right now is very, very supportive for you, and you deserve it. Just take it as a win and enjoy it while it's there. What's the situation? Okay, so with the Six of Pentacles here, my feeling is that you're having to do a lot of, rebalancing, what I would say rebalancing priorities, rebalancing what are you going to do with your life, how are you going to do it, and in very physical, measurable ways, like what are you going to do with your time, with your money, your natural gifts and talents, your natural resources that are available to you, your natural resources that in the form of your relationships with other people, and all the, I would say, the equity that you have built in your life between yourself and other people, where there's a constant cycle. Sometimes you are the giver, sometimes you are the receiver. And my feeling is with the Six of Pentacles here, you're at a certain moment in life where it's about rebalancing, recalibrating your priorities, and taking it in a very methodical, responsible, purposeful way, so that where the central figure is here, you could associate with that central figure very strongly, where you could kind of become like a pillar of the family, a pillar of society, a pillar of stability, where you have gone through so much stuff in your life, had to rebuild, restructure, recalibrate everything, but you're in a strong position right now to me it feels like being an anchor for other people, having the ability, the time, resources, and energy to be that anchor for other people, where they can come to you for advice, counsel, comfort, justice, learning, finding ways to create or earn or experience harmony in their lives. And at the same time, people who come to you who actually need help. And there's no shame in that, because there's been times in your life probably when you've needed help. And so to me this is really strong. It's really comforting. To me it feels very reassuring that you have, not only do you have the ability to be this person in other people's lives, it's almost like a purpose. It is a kind of mission for you, and it's a very, very good use of your time, energy, talents, gifts, and resources, including love. Love is a measurable, definable resource, like love is as love does. I personally, I know a lot of people think of these as pentacles, but I'm thinking of it more in terms of evidence of love. Love is as love does. How can the situation is that you're kind of recalibrating, trying to configure what is the most efficient, productive, effective way to do the love thing, to love is as love does. What does that look like for each person in your world who needs to be loved? Okay? Because you have more than enough to share. Okay, let's have a look. All right, so what's the challenge here? Okay, so to me it feels like you've kind of loaded yourself up with a lot of goals, ambitions, and desires of stuff you want to do and how you want to do it. But there's a deep fear that you're never going to be able to do everything that you wanted to do in the way that you wanted to do it for the maximum satisfaction. And it's like intensely frustrating. So you might, let's say the energy here, you're coming in with, I think, a sense of victory, sense of winning, and having landed on your feet. And now you're in a position to be that strong person for other people. And that feeds on itself. It's a self, what do they call it? A positive feedback loop. But my feeling is that for yourself, there's this fear that maybe you've set the bar so high on yourself, your standards so high on yourself, that you'll never be able to achieve what you really, truly, truly want to achieve in your grand master plan. So that could perhaps feel very frustrating. Perhaps, for example, you might want some passion in your life, just for yourself, but like, where is the time? Where is the room for that? Okay, let's have a look over here. How are we going to deal with that? Because this is really good, but it feels to me like you're missing out here. Like, it's great that you have gone through these big changes. It's great that you're now in such a strong position to be like a benefactor to others in so many different ways, shapes, and forms. But what about you personally? Okay? How do we deal with that? For the time being, please tread lightly. Please tread really gently and carefully. To me, with the moon energy here, is that you might have to... How can I describe this? Go in a... Sorry, Tina. With the moon card there, how are you going to deal with your situation? My feeling is that it's a little bit like the hermit we had earlier in that other reading. I can't remember who. But where, like, you already kind of operate from here. That's kind of your default setting now. You have a tendency to, from what I can tell, to put a lot of pressure on yourself, self-diagnosis, self-healing, and going through whatever changes and shifts and upheavals you have to go through in order to evolve, grow, and adapt. And you've done a lot of that in the last year especially, and especially in the last few months. So you're now at a point where if there's a sense of exhaustion, like with that Eight of Wands there, you might have this really strong desire to just like power ahead, power through, but there's actually like a coming down period, like, you know, like PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, where it's time to like basically deal with the shadows, deal with the fear, deal with anything that's inside of you that you have set aside in order to deal with being that person for other people, being reaching a state of success, a state of victory, a state of content, a state of comfort in your life that you have been aiming for some time, and now you're there. You've achieved it to some way, but there's still going to be challenges ahead. And my feeling is that it might be an idea to give yourself, like, now that you've kind of gone through the upheaval, I know for the rest of this year there's a lot of pressure and tension with the Capricorn, Cancer, Mars, Aries thing. But for you personally, my feeling is that it would be okay to take yourself a little bit away from the front lines of life, where you don't have to be a crusader, doing this, doing that, doing what has to be done to get done what has to be done. It might be time to like just dial the pressure back a little bit and live in fear. Allow yourself, like if you've had to put aside a lot of fear in order to do what has to be done, that fear's still there, but it has to be processed. So if you're feeling emotionally very fragile or turbulent or angry or frustrated or confused or lost or unloved or anything that has a negative connotation that could be associated with fear, a fear like what happens in wartime, where combat soldiers have to obliterate fear from their vision. They are aware that it's there, but they cannot allow themselves to be victims of fear. That's for later on. After you've fought the battles, after you've done what has to be done, then you can let the trauma move through you and all the fear and the chaos and whatever. So my feeling with the moon card here, the way to deal with your situation is every now and again, maybe on a daily basis or just like a one-time event, allow yourself to go through like a PTSD moment, allow yourself to go through kind of a break, like an emotional breakdown, where you can like gush, where you can let things out, where you can let all the fears that were suppressed or that were denied, let them all come through, let them move through you. It's just fear, and be the transceiver that you are. Let the energy come in, own it, and then move it out. Okay? So you don't own it. You don't have to live with it. You don't have to leave. You don't have to pretend that it's there all the time. You have to keep it at bay. The best thing I think right now is to give up. Just let it happen. Let it all flood through, and come back to basically a state of peace and contentment. But there's only the only way out is through. Okay? Okay, the only way out is through. And some people don't want to do that, because everybody knows that when you have a situation where the only way out is through, the reason people aren't going through is because they fear pain, they fear something, so they don't want to do it. They self-medicate, or they avoid, or they distract, or they take another tangent. Anything to avoid where they know they have to go. But my feeling with this reading is just, I surrender, and then go through it, allow the scary pain and fear to bubble up to the surface. That's how you reveal it to heal it. Okay? You're concerned about early Alzheimer's. Okay. Well, we have to have another talk about that. That's a whole other thing, okay, Tina? But at least open the door, okay? Open the door to these things, these discussions, so that it doesn't own you. You don't live in fear. You can't afford that. It's not allowed on this channel, okay? By the way, if you're wondering about... If you're worried about... Was it early Alzheimer's, where you sometimes what were we saying? Okay. We've all got it to some extent. I'm sure I've got a little bit of it somewhere. We'll talk about it another time, okay, Tina? Another time, another show. Maybe we'll do it on one of our Friday evening members things, okay? You're going to be okay. I'm sure you're going to be okay. But it's kind of like you have to allow yourself to be okay. And allow that to happen. So you can come back to peace and calm and centeredness over here. There's... Bubba just left the room. Bubba the cat just left the studio. Okay. Thank you, Tina. I hope that helped. We're probably going to have a members meeting about this kind of thing, Tina. All right, let's shuffle it up. Next up is Nikki. Nikki, you're up. Yay. I see you. After Nikki, we've got Pretty Mahika. I hope you're going to still be here for your reading. If not, you will get it anyway. Now, hold on. I got to just check way back. I got to go way back in the chat to see if Nikki left me any notes. Insight and advice for the month of September. For Nikki from the guides. Okay. Well, I've got to tell you something. So, Nikki, I just have to... This is going to sound a little bit strange. I would just after I kind of covered Tina's post-it note with your post-it note, I felt this kind of like shuffling thing, as though there were lots of chairs in the studio here and they're being shuffled around. But what I think it felt like to me is like your guides were basically pulling up chairs, okay, to hang in from this side of the reading, and pulling up chairs around you to hang in for your side of the reading, and making a go of it. And I felt that there were a couple of whispers going on. This is going to sound really strange, Nikki, but this is what I felt. I'm just going to tell you. What I felt is like, it's like, this is going to sound strange, Nikki, but you know how your guides can be very, very, let's say, present? What I felt is like one or two of them were like checking in with each other, like, listen, guys, okay, enough is enough. Tonight we're going to be respectful, calm. We're just going to do this like it's a regular reading. No pranking, okay? And everybody, all the guides kind of went, all right, okay, all right, cheers, okay. So no pranking. I'm sensing that there's a consensus of no pranking tonight, Nikki. No. Maybe later, but not for this reading. To me, this feels like a very somber, sober type of reading, where it's basically listening, learning from me to you and from you to me. Here's Bubba. Do you want to go on camera again? Oh, you've been snacking. I'm not sure I want to pick him up after he's been snacking. He's going to go back to his little... He likes to curl up under them. There's some like guitar cases. There's a guitar case. He likes to curl up inside a guitar case. Anyway, let's have a look. Yeah, he's... Sorry, he's distracting me. It's not... Anyway. Okay, on with the reading. On with the show. Okay. So, messages to Nikki from guides. Shuffling of chairs in the background. Everybody in a nice, respectful, kind of calm, serious tone, it seems, which is highly unusual, but that's what I'm sensing here. Path Traveler called it the Council. Okay. It's very hard for pranksters not to be pranksters. Oh my goodness. All right, let's have a look. Messages for September. This could be anything about anything, okay, Nikki? Let's have a look. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And we're going to look at this weather thing in a minute. But again, just like for everyone else tonight, I'm actually referring to this as the weather of the moment. This is what is around us right now at this time of the reading. Think of it as sacred geometry. There's tremendous wealth of harmony and abundance here, but it is included with a very, very stressful dynamic which we cannot ignore, okay? It's kind of extreme. A lot of harmony balanced out by a lot of stress. I'm not saying that's for you, Nikki. I'm just saying that's the environment in which we are operating here tonight for your reading. So the Chariot. Okay. So what we have here, my feeling is that this is like a getting ready period. Like things are culminating right now. We're heading into a full moon, okay, in a few days. It's the Virgo sun with the Pisces moon. And I think everybody here knows, Nikki, that you are a Sagittarius. So the Virgo sun, Pisces moon creates a kind of T-square against the Sagittarius sun. And rather than being a victim of that, because that's a very stressful alignment, rather than being a victim of that, it could be the catalyst, it could be the spark that kind of jolts you into the next episode of your life, whatever that might be. Just a little chapter for a few days or a few weeks or a few months. It might be something you've been working on, dreaming about, where with the Chariot energy, there might be this like smoldering, to me it feels like a really kind of rich, strong, smoldering energy about not only like, damn, I really need to get my life together, but another way of saying it is like, I am really looking forward to getting my life together. All I have to do is get my life together to get my life together. I hope that makes sense, Nikki. It's like looking at, I'm looking at that chart, for example. It's a really golden opportunity to look at the challenges in a very unemotional, detached way. And at the same time, look at all the opportunities in a very unemotional, detached way, and look at them on like an equation. Look at the chart, for example. A lot of stressors over here. A lot of wonderful things over here. What am I going to do with that? You're going to have to make some decisions. It's like, it's poised. With the Chariot energy, there's a lot of energy that's poised, waiting and ready to be released. And it's your life, it's your vehicle. If you think of your physical body as the vehicle of your life, then this is the time to prepare for action. My feeling is that you already kind of know who you are, what you want, where you want to go, how you want to do it. With whom, where, how, what's the sense of meaning, what's the purpose, some kind of realignment, reboot, whatever it might be. But with the Chariot, it's the build-up. I think this is the build-up to the full moon, and I think later next week, after you go through the very, very gentle energy that typically happens with a new moon, you come out the other side of it, and the energy starts to pick up. So towards the end of next week, you'll have a much more defined sense of momentum about what does it mean for me to get my life together. Right now it feels to me as though you're like in this sort of deep dive energy. It's just like eyes closed, like sorry, I was talking about a new moon. It's actually a full moon. So let me backtrack that a bit, Nikki, okay? So with this full moon coming up, it's a culmination. You already know it's happening. And to me it feels like there's like this sort of pressure inside you, like I really need to get my act together. I want to get my life together. And that will be more clearly defined. You can actually say it with bold precision at the full moon. And then the implementation comes for the next 2 weeks after the full moon. But I think we're at the build-up. We're building up to the crescendo right now. Like you're getting it together. You're getting it together. So the Chariot energy is very, very strong. I know what I'm doing. I know what I want. Whatever I don't know about what I'm doing, whatever I don't know about about what I want, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. So by the time things crest, okay, you're ready and poised to take the next, let's say, lunar cycle in your life. The next month, okay? The lunar cycles are very handy to follow because they go every 28 days and they're broken up into like 4 little chapters. You know, or 2 chapters, the new moon to the full moon to the new moon, and so on. So we're cresting to a full moon, and you're going to be implementing towards the new moon, and then a few days, about 3 or 4 days before the next new moon, which will be middle of September, you will have implemented the energy of the chariot that we're looking at now. And then you start another chapter, okay? Hold on, here we go. So, to me, this is a build-up. With the chariot here, you're building up to a moment of, let's say, a moment of awakening, a moment of cresting. Like if you think of it like surfing, like you're already set up for the wave. It's already happening. You're very, very close to actually getting on. I'm not a surfer, okay, Nikki, but if you can imagine like a surfer movie, imagine what surfers do. This is the build up to actually getting onto the wave. And the wave, you'll actually be like lifting yourself up on, standing on the surfboard at the full moon. Basically, I think it's like Tuesday night, something like that. So you're gearing up for it right now. What's the situation itself? Okay. So I know some people think of this as an indecision card, but I think we need to focus on the energy of decisions on a broader scale. My feeling is that this is in some ways a very psychic card, where when I put these two together, my feeling is the messages from the guides is to be aware that you're dealing with a lunar cycle, that you're coming up to a full moon. It's technically, in astrology, it's a stressful full moon for you, but that's like surfing in big, heavy waves that are challenging, but they can also be very rewarding because you can learn and grow so much from there. So I hope you see it that way, because with the Two of Swords here, it makes me feel as though you don't have an option except to trust on divine inspiration, divine intuition, trusting your gut, so that all the decisions that you've made in your life to be living at this moment in life where it's going to be a crescendo at the full moon in a few days, it has all made sense. It's all for good reason. And whatever you didn't know in a conscious, three-dimensional waking sense, you already knew, at least in spirit, and you are now basically leaning heavily on divine guidance, which is fine, okay? Intuitive divine guidance, and it's literally like, to me it feels like psychic energy, tuning into your most psychic self. But I think this is for you, personally, like tapping into your own natural gifts and resources for your own particular benefit, so that you can take this wave for personal gain, for personal benefit. But it's almost, have you ever heard of like surfing at night? Some people do it. But it's almost like surfing at nighttime, where you have very few bearings on which to take a measure except your own natural instinct, gut intuition, and then you just go from there. And then you trust yourself, tuning into like super high frequency energies, using your psychic antenna to the highest levels of your capability, as a tool for getting on with your life, for the next chapter of your life. Okay, what are the problems here? Okay, we had this earlier. Like with the Eight of Wands here, is that, to me it feels like there's a lot that you want to say, but you're scared of saying it. A lot that you'd like to do, but you're scared of doing it, understandably. Because Nikki, you're just naturally a super ultra high frequency person. I think of this almost like as the card of the transceiver. I've talked about that a lot on the channel. Go on, let me go here. A transceiver is like a smartphone. A smartphone in voice mode. I'm talking of voice mode, where you can speak and listen, and the other party can speak and listen at the same time. But for a healthy conversation, you speak, they listen, then they speak, then you listen. You go back and forth. But the channels are actually happening simultaneously. So you're already very psychic, okay? You can do remote viewing and things. And very, very intuitive. So in some ways it feels like, let's take it to the next level. But you have to be fully fully committed to being that transceiver, where you're kind of living the life of a transceiver. I mean, you kind of do it already, but I think we're taking it next level here. That's what I'm seeing with the Chariot card. Like taking your natural skills as a transceiver, where you literally receive energy and you own it and then you transmit it. That's a transceiver. You receive and then you transmit. Receiver, transmitter. Understand that you are one of those. A very specialized, high frequency version, one of those. And it would be nice to, make something out of that. Perhaps use it in a way that is more satisfying than it has been already. So with the Eight of Wands here, to me it also feels like you might be passionate about this, passionate about a person, but passionate about your life, passionate about getting on with things, but also the deep fear of getting on with things. Because getting on with things means motion, going into the unknown. We evolve, grow, and adapt so that we can flourish, we can blossom. But typically that always means heading into the unknown. Like we had that moon card earlier, fear of the unknown kind of thing. So it might be that like you kind of already know what has to happen. You already know what you're doing, where you're going. You've already got your compass set. You're tuning into it as best as you can, as if you were like a really good surfer, where the only thing you could do now is to trust yourself as being a really good surfer, and then you just do it. But deep down, those big wave surfers, it takes a lot of courage to do that, but also deep down, if they're honest, there's a part of them that is terrified because they know, technically speaking, how hazardous it can be. So, for example, being a really good psychic, it can be hazardous. Sometimes you don't make the money that you deserve to make. Sometimes you get exposed to psychic influences that you don't really need or want, and that are not good for you. Okay, let's have a look here. How are we going to deal with this? Looks like there's like an internal battle here going on as you set yourself up for the next chapter in life. Okay, so if it's something to do with love, bonding of relationships, and going forward in that, trying to figure out what it is, let's say, if you're frightened of, let's say, the passionate aspects of relationship, because they can be very different from like the platonic aspects of a relationship. So when I'm looking at the Two of Cups here, my feeling is to move forward in this situation, however this is being interpreted by you. Move forward in a very kind of pure, pristine, kind of platonic manner going forward. Don't worry too much about expectations about yourself for others or about others for you, but go forward I would say in a very spiritual type of way, where the real emphasis is on friendship, harmony, knowledge, wisdom, intuition, perhaps being in a mutually supportive relationship, yourself with another and another for you, without layering expectations of passion on top of that. This is a beautiful card to have here. I think this is good for you. I think the little Two of Cups here is saying, you're okay, you're going to be fine, and You're going to have to keep moving forward, but you're going to have to be very clearly defined in how you go forward in a way that works for you. This is your reading. It's all about you, what's good and what's best for you. And it's perfectly okay to have a very loving relationship in a sort of platonic way between yourself and another, between another and yourself. Sometimes, these are like what is it? What's that expression? You choose your friends. You can't choose your family. But you're in a position to choose something here, the twos, and keep going forward. But we need definition. Okay? I think the definition has to come from you. You have to have the courage to go forward and live your life anyway, knowing that you're kind of, maybe you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself, maybe pressure is being put upon you, but either way, go forward anyway, but do it from a very patient, sweet, kind, loving, platonic perspective for the time being. Okay? There's no doubt that love is there for you. It's just like, how is it defined? What does that look like? So don't worry about it. I think this is just, I'm just going to leave you with this image, okay? Because it's very sweet, it's very encouraging, it's very soothing, it's very, very comforting, okay? All right, I'm going to leave it at that. Let's have a look over here. Hold on. All right, so I hope that makes sense, Nikki. Hope you get some value out of that going forward for the next few weeks. I think it's very much about building up the courage, having the definition, reaching that point at the full moon, and then a slow, gentle implementation of the storyline over the next couple of weeks as you enter into the Virgo new moon. Okay? Nikki said, I'm a Pisces moon. Okay, I'm not going to do any more astrology, okay? Thank you, Nikki. Take care. Okay, let's have a look. Pretty Maika, are you still here? I hope so. I hope you're still here. I need water, people. I'm going to put that song on, I Surrender. Hold on. I think this is it. Let me try this one. Surrender. Oh, how the body craves. Oh, how the heart it aches. Oh, how the soul knows all of this. Feels like you manifested me in ways that match perfectly. Answering my own wish for sure. So many lifetimes in the making. This time round there is no faking, no mistaking. I surrender, I surrender. My hands are held up high, my knees are on the ground. I surrender, I surrender. I hand myself over to the mystery of your sweet embrace. There's no going back, don't even have any maps to our new futures. There's only our next breath. We're so fully committed and so fully engaged, so courageous and fighters to the death, building bridges from your heart to my heart, forging bonds of honest structure, a new start. I surrender, I surrender. surrender, I surrender. I hand myself over to the mystery of your sweet embrace. There's no way around this, only way out is through. There's no way around this, open the door to bliss. Only way out is through, that's what we're gonna do, yeah. I surrender, I surrender. My hands are held up high, my knees are on the ground. I surrender, I surrender. I hand myself over to the mystery of your sweet embrace. I surrender. My hands are held up high, my knees are on the ground. I surrender, I surrender. I hand myself over to the mystery of your sweet embrace. Okay, so here we go. Hey, Pretty Maker. So we're going to get on with your reading now. Let's have a look, see what's going on here. It says over here, it's been a while. We've got kids in school. It gets hard sometimes. Oh, I can't imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Long ago, I used to be kind of like a Mr. Mom several times. Probably a total of maybe 7 children, give or take. So I kind of get it. I was very involved with like school communities and things like that, and what do they call it, like PTA. I didn't really do the PTAs. I was kind of in a behind the scene things with PTA stuff, and I always used to really enjoy having, kids over on the weekends. So the kids that I was helping, and then the neighbors' kids and other kids, having lots of barbecues and stuff, getting away from schoolwork. So, yeah, there's a neighbor over here, and she's a mom, and she has a grandson, and so she is doing the grandmother-grandson home remote school thing right now. I think the word she used, she was talking to Love Driver about this, the word for their class, the little boy, he's about 6 years old. And so they're trying to hold these classrooms with lots of little kids with their parents on Zoom. I use Zoom for my private readings with clients. It's fantastic. But I cannot imagine what it's like having a Zoom meeting with like a dozen parents or 24 parents and 24 kids on a Zoom room. It's hard enough for us to figure out here how to work a microphone and a camera and the computers. Can you imagine what it's like with a bunch of 6-year-olds and the parents? I think the word was fiasco. Anyway, I understand. All right, let's see what are we going to do? We're going to go into reading. Okay, it's thirsty work, as you know, tarot. Sorry, I'm just rearranging the stage a little bit so we have enough room. Okay, so we're going to do an open reading. Being a parent, having kids, school, all that stuff, my gosh. It is a lot of work. You are a hero by definition, okay, Pretty Maker? A hero by definition. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you're still here, Nikki. I just remembered something. At the end of your reading, I felt this nudge. It's like they were right here. I'm sensing about 4 or 5 people who were here standing, or well, actually sitting behind me during the reading. There were a couple of nudge and bumps during the reading where Mr. Mischief, I can't remember what his name is, but this is for you, Nikki. You're one of your pranksters was actually unable to stop themselves. He actually stuck his hand in here, tried to mess up with the shuffling and the moving of the cards during the middle of the reading, just moving a card around, because he's a compulsive prankster, which is wonderful, but there's a time and place for everything. But he was quickly reprimanded and put into place, and everything got back to normal. And once your reading was over, I could hear it kind of in the background where the guides were saying, that actually went really well. It was a tough reading, but it went pretty well. I think we did well, because I guess they're trying to work through me. I guess that's how it works. But anyway, there was definitely a very vivid moment at the end of your reading, Nikki, where the guides that I would sense over here, I don't know what's going on over there with you, but the guides that I sent over there were like, wow, I think we, they said, that reading went pretty well, but they also were priding themselves on, I think we did really well too. I think we did really well there. They were priding themselves on being very orderly and proper guides. Melanie McCall, you just showed up. My gosh. Okay, well, that has to be the last reading of the evening. I didn't really. Did I tell everybody that I wasn't taking any more? I don't care. I'm going to do it. I can handle it. But this will be the last reading of the evening. Okay, Melanie McCall, you're up next after Pretty Maika. Okay? Thank you for your generosity. So I'll put you over here, but that's the last reading of the night, folks. Can't do anything more after Melanie. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you in a little bit, Melanie. I've got to read for Pretty Maika now. It's okay, Melanie. Don't worry. You probably timed it just right. Come in and out, get your reading. Cha-ching, bye. Super way to do it. Why not? I am guided, I am protected, I am guided, I am protected. I was just humming to myself a little Tarot Lumination song. Alright. So if you've been here the whole evening, Pretty Maika, which I think you have, you've seen the chart plenty of times. You don't have to tell me much of anything. We're going to do the reading anyway. But when I look at your opening card, the weather card, I'll be referring to this in some way, shape, or another. This is very rich, abundant, harmonious energy, especially for the Virgo, Cancer, Pisces, Capricorn crowd. But it's for everybody. This is very stressful energy, okay? This thing here, that's for everybody, especially the Cancer, Capricorn, Aries crowd. It doesn't have to be stressful. It can be very dynamic. We can learn and grow from these energies. But if those energies are moving through you unconsciously, it can be really rough. Like I was predicting long before the Mars thing in Aries, that the whole 6-month period for Mars in Aries there's going to be a lot of violence in America. And guess what's happening even today? And we've got months. We still have months of Mars in Aries hard squaring with the Capricorn Cancer thing. Pretty Maika is a Taurus. Okay, you don't say anything more. Don't say anything more. Well, I will share a little bit, okay, just for fun, okay, Pretty Maika? Since you are a Taurus by Sun, all of this is very nutritious for you. This is very beneficial for you. You're in harmony with pretty much all of this stuff. Also, just be aware, Uranus is in Taurus. It's been traveling for whatever it is, 3 or 4, couple of years now. And this is a 7-year journey. And what it's doing is radically shaking up the lives of Taurus people. Surprising, random ways. Highly unpredictable events, okay? The Uranus and Taurus energy is also, I believe, very much associated with huge shifts in what's happening on planet Earth today with money. Taurus being one of the signs of money. There's massive convulsive changes happening in human history these next few years regarding money, wealth, money, and finance. The whole world, everybody on planet Earth is being affected and will be affected. You're going to be fine, okay, Pretty Maika? Alright, let's have a look. This could be anything. Let's open this one up here. Okay, here we go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And let's look at the weather. So you have the 3 of Wands here. So this is, to me, feels like a bit of a destiny message here for you, where if you take advantage of these retrogrades that are happening in the planets right now, a lot of big heavy retrogrades. Let me show you again. This is happening right now. We're right at the end of August. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto all retrograde. You know, you've probably heard of Mercury retrograde. A lot of people struggle with that. Well, just imagine the struggles of having to deal with this. This is affecting the whole of planet Earth, and it's affecting every single one of us as individuals. We're going to be moving into the September season very soon over here. So we've still got Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto retrograde. And for a very short period of time, okay, September 9th to 12th, there's going to be a potentially very, very choppy period around here. Mars is in Aries, so it won't affect you directly, but it's still, hold on, it's still part of the grand equation. I haven't put it in here, but this is very harmonious with this. All this Capricorn Earth energy is very harmonious with the Taurus energy, Uranus and Taurus. I also associate this energy here with a lot of convulsions and upheaval with nature. All the wind, global pollution, the massive hurricanes, the massive floods, the massive fires, the massive tornadoes, all these very earthy things, massive shocks and disruptions in American agriculture, American finances, American animals. Taurus is very much to do with nature, like the farms, farm animals and things like that. So you've probably heard on the news all these really scary, shocking things that are happening inside American agriculture and also global agriculture. Radical shifts, changes, dislocations, upheavals, okay? Disruptions. So you might be, like with the 3 of Wands here, Pretty Baker, you might be looking at your world around you, I would say in a very kind of calm Taurian way. I'm going to try and do it by acting. It's like what I'm seeing here with the 3 of Wands, it's very much a destiny type of energy. And I'm seeing it very impersonal for you, where you're in a position in your life where you can stay a little bit detached. Like, you were talking about the kids in school, being a mom and having to deal with kids in school. It's very, very, very tough on parents right now. in America or wherever you are by doing remote schooling, especially if the kids are young or really young. Okay? Or even if it's at university, whatever. But still, like what's happening with this this Uranus and Taurus thing is massive upheavals, massive disruptions. But for you, my feeling is that in some way you're kind of immune. It's like you're in a position in life where you can handle the stress. Taurus people tend to be, in their own way, some unique way, they tend to be very strong, either emotionally, physically, psychologically, financially, whatever it is, some kind of really kind of robust, solid element to their nature. So my feeling is that you've kind of got that already. And so you're in a position where you can look at the world around you, the kids, life, the hideous scamdemic, the hideous virus, and all the pressures that go with it. And it makes me feel as though you're kind of there like, wow, I told you so. It is what it is. Destiny is coming at us. You know, this is how it is. And it's like some of it is not a shock to you because you're already living under the vibrations of Uranus and Taurus. So you're already kind of used to the shock waves. You've been dealing with it for a couple of years. So it's just like you're in a position where you can handle the shock. You can look at it and basically say, well, this is destiny. Things are the way they are because the way they are the way they are. In other words, rampant population explosion, rampant abuse of money by the federal government, rampant out of control abuse of power by our leaders. This is where it takes us. It's destiny. And so it makes me feel like you are immune. No matter how much stress you might be carrying, you're actually immune from the really horrible things. Like you don't have to take it personally. It's just, I told you so. It's destiny. It is what it is. So you can detach from it. So to me, that's kind of good news. It's going to help you to deal with the stresses coming up as well. Okay, so what's the situation itself? Okay, so with the Three of Pentacles here, to me it feels like a wish. To me it feels like a wish, like you had more people on your side, like you had more team, like a wish that you could be, let's say, in a more like community supportive type of environment where instead of just being pretty Maika, dealing with all your stresses against the rest of the world, like if you don't have a team, it would be really nice to have a team. If you don't have a team and you'd like to have a team, it might be an idea to start considering like teamwork. You know how, because I've seen this happen where parents of children, parents who've got jobs or 2 jobs or something, everyone's like maxed out, tapped out with, you know, money, credit cards or whatever it is, time, all these highly measurable 3-dimensional elements. Sometimes it really helps to have a team where you could consider, like, if you had to take care of someone else's kids or someone else could take care of your kids, you could help teach them, someone else could help. So there's a team, like a problem shared is a problem halved. You know, that kind of energy where it would be a really good idea to source some kind of support network and outsource some of your own problems to a support network so that you benefit a support network and the support network benefits you. And that extends, for example, to your children, to your household, to the rest of your life, the rest of your world. Like having, you know, like 2 or 3 or maybe 4 or 5 people on your smartphone where you can say, hey, listen, I don't know how I'm going to get through things on Wednesday. Can I count on you to do blah, 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 help me out a bit on blah, and I'll cover it for you on Thursday or Friday. Do you need me to pick up some groceries? I can do that because I'm going to so-and-so's, but I'm going to need help with the kids on Saturday, whatever it is. To me, it feels like that's what's going on, and if it's not going on, that's what has to go on. You need to sort of think in terms of networking, building, teamwork. You're good for them, they're good for you, sharing it. You can't do things without them. They can't do things without you. You are valuable to other people are valuable to you. Put it together in a team, make that thing happen. Do handshake agreements, like a trust network, a buddy network. Now, what's the problem here? Okay, I don't know if this is something current or something that's lingering for a long time. This is a card of grief, tragedy, sorrow, and it's in this position here where there's some challenges. So I'm not going to pry into your personal life on this show or anything, but if you are dealing with trauma or the post-traumatic stress or heartache or all the pain and suffering that comes from, let's say, not being able to cope either with yourself, your conditions, your ability to love and be loved, and deep inside of you, if you're carrying the energy of grief and trauma to the point where it's showing up here in this reading, we need to acknowledge that, okay, Pradimika? You can't carry on in life pretending this doesn't exist. So if you are carrying the weight of grief, the weight of sorrow, perhaps love lost, the loss of a loved one, the loss of love, or perhaps the feeling that you can't cope or that you don't have enough love to, for yourself, your kids, your home, your family, for life, for anything, you need to acknowledge that, because otherwise this could be, turn into something very, something that you don't want, like a debilitating, I don't want to say scare, like debilitating, not a disease, but just debilitating. You do not want to allow yourself to be debilitated by sorrow, sadness, grief, perhaps from what's happening around you in the world. It's very devastating. There's a lot of people out there who've been devastated in their jobs, their homes, their families, their careers, their lifestyle, everything. There's a lot of violence, there's a lot of upheaval, there's a lot of chaos. There's massive global protests going on right now. And if that scares you and you're feeling like, oh my God, like, if deep down, how I was talking about, you're a little bit immune here, so you're kind of in a safe place. But if that safety and that immunity is threatened by some kind of very deeply buried grief, pain, sorrow, maybe you've lost a loved one, maybe you've lost a partner, and it makes it even harder to move forward and live life. This needs to be acknowledged. The pain, you've got to reveal it to heal it. If you're pretending that this doesn't exist, that's bad news. When you bottle up energy of grief and pretend it's not there, it can be very debilitating later on in the form of physical illness, physical debilitation, mental, psychological, emotional. That's not good. Okay, you don't want that. You don't need that. How are we going to deal with this? Okay, this is to me like allow some goodness to come to you. The Knight of Pentacles, you could think of it as a guy. Hey, it would be so cool if a rich guy came after me, started chasing me down, and became like a partner in life some way, somehow, shape or other. I'm not saying you can't count on somebody to save you. I'm not going to say no one's going to come to save you. What I'm sensing here, because the energy of Pentacles makes it a very grounded, solid reading. With you, it feels like the way to go forward is continue with your best of intentions, one step at a time, one day at a time, doing all the practical things that you know that work already, and just keep going in that direction. And to me, it feels like a mutual exchange. Do not be scared to reach out and offer your talents, gifts, time, resources to others who might need it. in a reciprocal situation to that which you need. And then at the same time, invite others who have resources that you need, that you don't have, to come to you. Okay, so I think this works in both ways. Be prepared to go out there and deliberately seek resources in terms of mutually supportive, like networking, relationships or something like that, like support groups or something, and go seek that out and allow the benefits of that to come to you. Okay? So but it takes deliberate action. So with the Knight there, okay, hold on. So, like Pretty Mahika, if you're already up to your neck in it, okay, and there's a natural part of you is like, well, told you so, I knew things were going to be like this, and you're starting to feel the pressures, like, I can't actually handle this on my own. I need a network. I need a team. I'm willing to be a part of a network if there's a network that's willing to have me in the network. And for the Knight of Pentacles, that means, like, to me it feels like it's deliberate. Deliberately seeking out the benefits of networking. Deliberately seek people who would benefit you in the context of a network, where simply by initiating it, you are valuable to them in the context of a network. Okay, like a mutual support group kind of vibe. Okay, and it might be up to you to initiate it. With the Knight's energy, you initiate it, you put the foot forward, you take action, you do measurable things for that to work. Whether it's to do with money, like a security pool, like some people are hoarding, stashing, protecting themselves for the future. What do they call it? Preppers. It might be a really good idea for you to like do a neighborhood or a school-wide prepper group, or find out if there's anyone out there who's willing to, like, if you're going to collect up all the green beans and the canned beans and the canned chili and the canned, chicken noodle soups, maybe someone else can collect things like rice, sugar, whatever it is. Someone else collects batteries and flashlights, and I'm just kind of like giving examples of what people do with networks, especially when things are very tough. So I hope that reading makes sense to you, okay, Pretty Maker? Hope you got something out of that. I'm glad you stayed all the way to the end of the show to get your reading. It's an honor, because I know my shows sometimes go very long. Tonight it's going relatively quickly. I came on earlier because I felt it would be healthier for myself and healthier for the viewers. Thank you very much, Pretty. Melanie, you're up. I don't see any notes, so I'm going to go completely blind. Hope you don't mind. That's poetry. Let's have a look here. Alright, I just need my last sips of water. Stay right there. Melanie, don't go away. Cheers. That's good. Now, I wonder. It's funny, nobody has made any comments. The only reason I'm curious right now is because somebody called me out in the comments a few days ago. I mentioned this at the beginning of the show. And somebody typed in the comments, "Oh look, TL's drunk again." And then the other comment, they said, "Oh look, TL's drinking." I've been doing that since I started the channel. But have you noticed anything tonight? I haven't been drinking anything except my electrolytes and my glass of water. I'm still Tarot Illumination. I'm still doing the show. It's just different. No red wine, no whiskey. Anyway, we're surviving. Hello, Sarah Nova. Hello. Thanks for dropping in. We're pretty much at the end of the show. I'm going to do a reading now for Melanie, and that's going to be the last reading of the evening. Thanks for dropping in. People have been commenting that they're not getting their notifications. Well, that doesn't surprise me the way this channel works now. I'm very sad because I'm not going to dwell on that. I'm sorry. Thank you, Melanie. Yeah, truly, who cares? Anyway, whoever put those notes in the comments, I deleted them. Delete, delete, delete. Yeah. There we go. You were late tonight. You're late. Melanie, you're late. You're late tonight because you were busy. It's okay. All right, here we go. All right, let's have a look. See what's going on. All right, let's have a look. Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Hey, Melanie, I don't know if this means anything to you, but I'm sensing rich fabrics or something, florals, or rich designs. Maybe some garment or clothing or a sheet or a painting, but it feels more like fabric. Does that mean anything to you? All right, here we go. Excuse me, sorry. Sorry, I thought I heard little Bubba crying at the door again. But I think we're okay. High thread count. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Alright, let's see what kind of story we got here. Yeah, maybe I was sensing like a sheet or a blanket or I don't know, a shawl, or I don't know what it was. Anyway, Melanie, I just thought I would ask. Maybe it's a skirt or a blouse or something. No worries. Alright, let's have a look. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the weather for you too, Melanie. Okay, what do we got here? 9 of Pentacles. Okay, so I'm seeing opportunity here. What I'm sensing, Melanie, is that I'm going to go to this thing again. And then I'm going to go to this thing again. Just as a sort of trying to tie everything together. I might as well just go to the September page because we're almost there anyway. We're coming up to a full moon, okay? I think it's Tuesday. So we're culminating right now. With the 9 of Pentacles here, this is very, very earthy, measurable energy. So I'm looking at all the Capricorn here. I'm looking at the Taurus energy here. I'm looking at the Virgo energy here. I'm going to do something now. I'm going to award myself the privilege of very wide, what are called trines in astrology, that are harmonious. So I'm kind of stretching the astrology bit. Melanie loves high thread count sheets. Okay. Yeah, but what about the fabric? Were there any patterns, elaborate patterns, or some dark colors mixed with some high contrast light colors? Anything like that? Anyway. So I'm going to put a big blue triangle over here. Okay, watch. I'm going to circle the Virgo, the Capricorn, and the Taurus. Okay, this is happening in the heavens right now in a kind of loose way. This is a kind of big triangle. Here to here to here. This is what's happening in the heavens right now, tonight. I don't know why I didn't put this on earlier. It's not very obvious, but okay, I don't know how I picked up on it, but I just wanted to let you know. I'm sure everybody has patterns, but I saw something very clearly about a fabric cloth, big, with strong patterns and contrast. Anyway, so dear Melanie, what I'm sensing here, I'm really stretching the astrology about to do this. But this is how things work on this channel. So. And those of you, there are those of you who would tell me, do not apologize. Anyway, we can't make this stuff up. There is very harmonious energy in the heavens right now in terms of sacred geometry between the rich Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus alignment. This is called a grand trine. You know, other astrologers would say, like, what are you doing, Tarot Illumination? You know, the degrees aren't quite right here. But I feel it. When I feel the astrology, I feel it physically in my body. And the degrees come and go, and I feel it in terms of intensity. But right now, we're early stages Virgo, later stages Virgo for the Sun and Mercury. We got a ton of energy over here in late Capricorn. Very strong energy, Uranus and Taurus in early to middle Taurus, okay? So I'm just putting it together loosely as a big, fat Earth trine. This is good, solid energy right now. This is available to everybody on Earth, especially when it comes to the physical realities of life, things like food, jobs, money, houses, cars, gifts, talents, your natural resources, and what are you going to do with all of that? So, I see this Nine of Pentacles here as relating very, very closely with that big triangle that I just showed you. That energy is out there, and it's for you. Okay, it's for you to exploit that energy and to consider, first of all, attitude of gratitude. Wow, there is earthly abundance out there. There's money out there. The world of money is going to be changing dramatically over the next few years. It's going to change over the whole of planet Earth. And so my feeling is, like, Melanie, it's really important that you pay very close attention to money. Pay close attention to your money in your life right now, and in such a way that learn whatever you have to learn. Do whatever you have to do to get on the right side of this equation. You know, there's going to be a lot of pressure for, if you're an American living in America, you're probably used to the concepts of debt. America is a massive debt farm. So there's good money and there's not such good money. A lot of people in America live off, credit cards, car payments, mortgages, college loans, business loans, debt. There's other ways to live, which are to do with like resources, assets, where things like investing, protecting yourself, protect your money, protect your wealth, protect your privacy. Think along in those terms. So I don't know if you've seen some of my other videos, but I take this stuff very, very personally. I wrote a book about it, as some of you know. Okay? I wrote this book, Wealth, Money, Finance, Global Restructuring, January 2020. And this was like a ticking time bomb that I predicted years ago, and now it's here. So my feeling is, Melanie, it's really important. Well, it's important for everybody to really go to the next level to become financially literate. For your benefit, for the long term. You got to be thinking long term here, Melanie. My feeling here with the Nine of Pentacles, it's important that you look at your life, at least from this particular reading right now, in terms of enterprise, business, finances, money, earning money, spending money. Where does your money come from? Where does it go? What are you going to do with the money that you have? Are you going to go into debt, or are you going to invest? Are you going to protect yourself, or are you going to squander yourself? All of those things are really, really important. There's huge shifts happening globally with global finance right now, and there's a lot of people who are being devastated, crushed, and destroyed by what's happening in the planets. But there are other people who are on the other side of the equation. And you need to be on that side of the equation, okay, Melanie? What I'm sensing here is that this is an amazing time for you to get on the right side of the equation regarding your personal finances, your wealth, your abundance for the long term. So that, perhaps start thinking in terms of like, how am I going to invest my money? Where am I going to get my money from? What am I going to do with my money when I've got it? All those kinds of things. Please, this is a great time to really, really make money a big priority in your life right now. It doesn't mean that you're being like greedy or selfish or anything. Money is incredibly important. You cannot function on this planet today without money. You could have in the old days with barter. Here's here's a handful of corn on the cob. Give me 6 eggs. We'll swap. Okay, people still do barter, but right now you've got to think in terms of looking at your finances overall. What are you going to do to optimize your finances? Okay. So that you can, almost like thinking really long term, planning for retirement. How are you going to take care of yourself when you can't take care of yourself? Those kinds of things. How are you going to provide for your future? Let's have a look. What's the situation now? More Pentacles. Okay, so it feels to me that if you feel that you are naive or innocent or financially not as aware as you should be, my feeling is that pardon me, let me say that again. Like with the Two of Pentacles here, my feeling there's a part of you which is realizing that you are not as financially literate as you need to be, on the understanding that there's a huge, you can sense it just like I did, that there's huge shifts happening in Earth right now with global finances, jobs, careers, money, for short term and for long term. And there's a lot that you know already. There's gifts and talents and resources that you have and you know already that are measurable. But there's also talents, gifts, and resources that you don't know and you need to know. Hold on, I got to take care of Boo Boo. Bubba. Hello, Bubba. I'll let you out. Don't worry. There you go. Sorry. Cats rule, Sorry, Melanie. Okay. Bubba's fine, by the way. So, with the Two of Pentacles here, to me it feels like money is a really important subject in your life right now. And if you don't feel like it is, it needs to become front and center of your life right now. Jobs, career, money, gifts, talents, getting qualified to make as much money as possible, as ethically and responsibly and lovingly as possible, that is most in tune with your nature. So everything that you don't know about that world, you need to know about it. Everything that you already know about that world, you need to optimize that and make the best of it, all right? It's hard to do, but you can do it. Now, what's the challenges here? Okay, you're scared. It's understandable. Everybody's money is very scary for a lot of people. A lot of people don't like to deal with money. They want to outsource their money problems, their issues. Just basically, hey, somebody, just give me a job. Can somebody just please hire me because I'm nice? I can, type in a computer. I'm good with people, whatever, all those things. And you might be feeling like, oh my God, I'm terrified of the workplace. I'm terrified of the future. I'm terrified of, career opportunities or the lack of career opportunities. I'm terrified of handling money. I'm not very good at it. I'm scared of money. Money is so important, but I don't really know how to deal with it. I don't know what it is. My feeling is that everybody's scared about money. There's this thing called FOMO, for example. Fear of missing out. It's a profound fear. I suffer from FOMO now and again. It happens in Wall Street. It's a common term on Wall Street for traders and marketers and banking and corporations. People make decisions on investing, on trading, buying and selling assets. Sometimes it's based on FOMO. It's just like, holy poop, if I don't get this thing now, I'm going to miss out forever. Fear of missing out. So if everybody else is jumping on this bandwagon and the prices of the stock market's going up and up and up, I better do it too, otherwise I could miss out, I could be broke. But there are people who are going to get destroyed sometime down the road when certain parts of the American stock market implode. You don't want to be on that side of it. And if you're sensing fear about money, it's perfectly legitimate fear. Losing money is not fun. Working hard to make money and invest money and getting careers and that don't work out and turn into losses, that's not fun. It's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. And I wouldn't blame you if you're really scared about, the future of money in your life, in your world. What does it look like? How am I going to deal with all this stuff? So how are we going to deal with all this? Okay, there's a certain element of, with the justice card here, in other words, everything will be exactly as it should be because it can't turn out any other way. So in other words, whatever you don't know about money will work against you because it can, okay? Whatever you know about money can work for you by choosing to do so. So, in other words, you are potentially very vulnerable to everything that you don't know about money. So, it's understandable if you have any fear about money. And if you allow yourself to live in the grip of fear about money, then you will get your just outcome. Basically, if you think you can just take whatever money you have and go to a financial advisor somewhere and say, hey, listen, can I just give you all my money and you advise me and you invest it for me? That's basically copping out. That's basically saying, I've done this, I can do all of this, but I'm too scared, I don't want to do this, I can't handle it, I'll just give it to you. You're a certified financial advisor, okay? It's probably the worst thing you could do right now. And I could talk about that for a long time if you want, Melanie, but that's a whole other reading. But to me, it looks like it's very important. In other words, if you choose to live in fear, if you choose to ignore or not learn what you know that you have to learn and understand about money, then you will get the just outcome. You will get the failures and losses and the poor outcomes from not taking care of business. On the other hand, when you do make it your business to take care of business and learn everything you can to become as financially literate as possible so that you can protect your money, protect your privacy, protect yourself, and grow yourself, then you will equally get justice, okay, for the good, okay? The Nine of Pentacles, good news, okay? So in a way, it's a very pure reading. It's a very pristine reading. It's a very neutral reading. In other words, justice will prevail. If you choose to be lazy about all of this, you'll get what you deserve. If you choose to do the work and you refuse to live in fear, and you face your fears and you learn and study and do whatever you have to do, then you will get your just outcomes deservedly. Okay? So that's how I'm looking at this reading. I hope you get something out of it. I hope it makes sense to you. There we go. This is a good time to do it as well. With all these retrogrades coming up, it's a tremendous time to do a lot of homework and studying regarding your finances. Do a lot of homework. Research things. Learn things. If you have questions, I like dealing with this stuff. I'm kind of in a team right now that deals with these things. All right, now, thank you, Melanie. It was a pleasure to read for you. I hope you got something out of it. I hope it makes some kind of sense to you. So, anyway, how's everybody doing? I think we're pretty much at the end of the show here. I'm not taking any more readings. Thank you all for your kindness, your generosity. Let me just check in, see if I missed anybody. I didn't miss out. Have I missed anything? No, I think we're good. Yeah. Okay. All right, so there we are. So a lot of folks back there, back east in America, have a good week. Go to bed. I know some of you are night owls. I think Fertility, you're a bit of a night owl sometimes. Love Triber's a bit of a night owl. Anyway, thank you, Melanie. So we'll do this again. With any luck, I will stay in better health, and we'll be back here on Wednesday. Okay, it's a completely different kind of show. It's more about my views about money and things, and like what's going on in the world, all the crazy stuff with politics and economics and all the insanity that's out there. Because I feel it just like you guys. I try to mind my own business, just stay in my own lane, as they say, stay in my own fishbowl. I think is that the other one, Path? Anyway, yeah. So I was gonna play a song. Give me a second here. I want to look at something. I'm gonna shuffle this up while I think about the song that I was possibly thinking of playing to say goodnight. Okay. I'm going to play Taste Your Dreams. Okay? Especially when it comes to money. Okay? I'm actually going to wrap it out with that song and maybe a little bit more music. We'll see how it goes. Just going to shuffle this up. Yeah, I think that'll work. I'm going to play that little song. It's called Taste Your Dreams. Here we go. Thank you, Melanie. I'm going to put these up here for reference in case anybody else didn't see them. I kind of wish I had done this big blue triangle earlier on, but at least we did it by the end. Alright, so here we go. Let's see, where is it? It's called Taste Your Dreams. And it sounds like this. Think of it as a little white reggae song, okay?
If you wish for a simple miracle, if you wish you can have them right away. All you need is some faith, is the will. Ask for it and it will come to you today. I want you to be oh so happy. want you to be your higher self. Yeah, I want you to live and die laughing. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams this way. Yeah. Na 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 na. If you wish to be in the state of grace, ask for it and it will meet you face to face. And if you wish, if you dare to dream, you'll find that it's easier than it seems. Hey, hey, I want you to be oh so happy. I want you to be your higher self. Yeah, I want you to live and die laughing. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams this way. Yeah. Oh. La da 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 da. La da 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 la da 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 da. Oh. La da 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 da. Oh. So happy, yeah. I want you to be your higher self, yeah. I want you to live and die laughing. Taste your dreams today. Taste your dreams